Chapter 147. At that time, servants and maids were like private property and could be disposed of at will. The situation in the Tang Empire was slightly better. The law of the Tang Empire strictly forbade the intentional injury of slaves, but it did not forbid the sale of slaves. It was not uncommon in Chang and to give beautiful concubines and smart maids to them. And the gifts between the distinguished men were often legendary and beautiful. When the West Hill Taoist child said Prince Long Qing's words, no one present felt strange. Although the students of the academy, Hua Shangyue and other Tangs were somewhat disgusted by the Taoist child's arrogant and generous words, it was, after all, in line with the class difference between the two parties, so they remained silent. In the eyes of the crowd, little Sang Sang, who was standing beside Ning Ke, was only 13 or 14 years old. She was as thin as a bean sprout, with an ordinary appearance and dark skin. Prince Long Qing naturally did not want to take her back to his mansion to warm his bed because of her beauty, but because of the drinking competition. The bigwig of West Hill, who was high above, had taken a fancy to an inconspicuous little handmaiden in Chang, and because of the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, banquets, archery and so on. In the upper class, this was considered elegant. If Ning Ke was willing to give the little handmaiden to Prince Long Qing, the prince would naturally give him a generous gift in return. It might be another anecdote in the future. Therefore, no one felt shocked, strange or angry. Instead, some people, such as Zhong Dajuan, cast a faint look of envy at Ning Quebec. They secretly thought that if Ning Ke could gain Prince Long Qing's favor by gifting the little handmaiden, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits and convenience in the future. Princess Li Yu also remained silent at this time, but her silence had nothing to do with her demeanor. She was thinking about something that happened last year and looked at Ning Ke with a faint smile, knowing that this matter might develop in an interesting direction. In fact, after hearing the West Hill Taoist child's gentle and extremely generous announcement, Ning Ke was stunned for a long time before he figured out what the other party wanted to do. The reason why his reaction was so slow was that he had never thought that anyone would ask for Sang Sang from him in such an arrogant manner. Why? Sorry, there's no reason or reason. It's just because he's the high and mighty Prince Long Qing, a bigwig in the judicial department of the West Hill Divine Palace. He likes your little handmaiden and wants to have a little handmaiden to drink with him when he's bored. So you should send your handmaiden, who you've raised painstakingly and slept by the Kong bed for more than 10 years to him, and then smile and wait for the prince to reward you with money, a bright future, and some glory when he's happy. Because the scientific reasoning was actually unreasonable. Ning Ke's mood suddenly became extremely bad, but the smile on his face became brighter. He looked at the table in the distance and sighed, Prince Long Qing, you are really beautiful. His reaction was very slow. Sang Sang, who was slow to react to many things, especially after drinking too much liquor today, reacted even slower than him. It was not until now that she realized that the prince at the banquet wanted to take her away from her young master. She couldn't help but frown and refute, young master, he looks ugly. Sang Sang had not thought, and as she had thought, as long as her. As, if master, as long, she would become. They only cared about Ning Ke's answer and had been quietly waiting for his answer. Most of them guessed that Ning Ke would agree, and a few of them thought that he would refuse. But no one expected that Ning Ke's answer had nothing to do with this matter. It seems somewhat inexplicable, Prince Long Qing, you are really beautiful. What does that mean? Note, Prince Long Qing had just sobered up and was quietly looking at the empty wine jar on the table. Suddenly hearing this, he slightly frowned and raised his handsome face to look into the distance. He said indifferently, thank you, I know. Since you know you are beautiful, Ning Ke looked at that place and said very seriously, then don't be too optimistic. As soon as these words came out, the whole table was in an uproar. Even if the people present had thought that Ning Ke would refuse to send his little handmaiden, they also thought that he would use a very graceful way to refuse, such as saying that he was used to using this little handmaiden, that this little handmaiden came from a rough background, and so on and so forth. But they did not expect that he would refuse so simply, directly, crudely and fiercely. You want my little handmaiden? You are too optimistic. Prince Longqing's face gradually darkened, but then he smiled a little. Ning Ke looked at him with a smile and explained, the reason is very simple. Because I am not willing. Prince Longqing slowly stretched out his hands from his sleeves and calmly placed them on the table. He calmly looked at Ning Ke in the dark corner in the distance and slowly said, because you are not willing, you may have missed a lot. I never worry about missing anything. Ning Ke replied. Prince Longqing's sharp eyes fell on his face from a very far distance. After a moment of silence, he said, it may even be, my friendship. Ning Ke slightly raised his eyebrows and replied, maybe your friendship is not as valuable as you think. Hearing this, Prince Longqing's picturesque eyebrows seemed to be plated with a layer of frost. He said in a low voice, it seems that you value your little handmaiden very much. Ning Ke replied with a smile, what does it have to do with you? Prince Longqing coldly said, the master of the little handmaiden is really interesting. I am more and more interested in you. Ning Ke shook his head and said, mix your interest with wine and drink it, if you can still drink. When the two were talking, it was quiet in the courtyard of the Victory House. Even the birds outside the Yenyu corridor were nervous and did not dare to make a sound. As the conversation went on, people's faces became more and more wonderful and strange. They never thought that Ning Ke, an ordinary academy student, could actually talk with the bigwig of the judicial department of the West Hill Divine Palace. Not only did he not lose the upper hand, but his words were extremely sarcastic and tough. Prince Longqing's expression was still calm, but everyone could see the burning emotion in his indifferent eyes and the tough meaning revealed in his words. Only he coldly asked, but I am still very curious, in your mind, who is qualified to be the master of this little handmaiden? Under this strong power, Ning Ke seemed to feel nothing. He slightly raised his eyebrows and replied, in fact, this still has nothing to do with you. But since your highness is so interested, I can only say, at least you are not qualified. If I am not qualified, then who is qualified? Prince Longqing laughed loudly, but there was no joy in his laughter, only some kind of strong confidence and domineering. The laughter gradually stopped. He glanced at the silent Li Yu and asked, is it Her Highness? Ning Ke smiled, and the dimple on his left cheek was particularly small and fresh. He said, no, she is not. As soon as this sentence came out, there was another uproar. However, before these shocked and complicated emotions could ferment, Li Yu smiled and gave an answer. She looked at Prince Longqing and the others and said, I have asked this guy for Sang Sang several times, but he did not care about me. So obviously I am not qualified. As for you, Prince Longqing, I think you are not more qualified than me. In the field, Prince Longqing and the people of West Hill and Yen had been in the upper hand for a long time. Li Yu had been silent and watching the chess game without saying a word. She was the most favored princess of the Tang Empire. Even if you were a peerless genius, a bigwig in the judicial department of West Hill, and a prince of Yen Kingdom, you were not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as me. I did not care about Ning Ke's repeated rejection, so what right did you have to care? This was a very simple and powerful logic, which was the typical principle and style of the Tang people. The princess of the Tang Empire made a strong endorsement, and this little storm seemed to come to an end. Sang Sang pulled Ning Ke's sleeve and looked up, saying, young master, let's go home. Ning Ke smiled and nodded. However, everyone present, including Li Yu, did not expect that he did not leave. Instead, he reached out and rubbed Sang Sang's head. He looked at Prince Longqing and said very seriously, Prince, I have a few questions to ask you. Hearing this sentence, many people present thought of what Xie Qingyun had said when he stood up, and suddenly there was a silence. The academy looked at Ning Ke in shock, thinking that the third young master Xie had been defeated in the debate. Did this guy, who avoided the exam by claiming to be sick, want to make a big splash? Prince Longqing's expression gradually became serious. He reached out to tidy up the front lapel of his clothes, sat up straight, and spread out his right hand, saying, "Please. Don't get me wrong. I have no interest in debating. In fact, I am not good at it. I am just a little confused about your previous confidence, so I have a few questions to ask you." Ning Ke took a step forward and asked, "Prince, may I ask if the firmament has eyes?" The clear blue sky was gray and cloudy, and snow was falling. How could there be eyes above the winter sky? Even the stars above the night sky could not be regarded as eyes, right? However, although Ning Ke said it was not debating, Prince Longqing still responded very cautiously. After a little thought, he understood what Ning Ke meant. Hao Tian lived above the firmament, and looked down on millions of people with compassion and benevolence. Then, the firmament naturally has eyes. Ning Ke then asked, "Is there primordial qi between heaven and earth?" Prince Longqing replied, "Of course there is." Ning Ke quickly asked the next question, "Is there any regularity in the fluctuation of primordial qi?" Prince Longqing replied, "Yes." "Does the locust tree have roots?" "Yes." "Does the milkworm have life?" "Yes." "Does a normal person have thoughts?" "Yes." "Does the Tang Empire have an emperor?" "Yes." "Does the West Hill have doctrines?" "Yes." Ning Ke asked the questions faster and faster, but these questions were indeed very simple and had nothing to do with the debate. Prince Longqing answered faster and faster as well. Their questions and answers were as quick as frying beans. The crowd became more and more confused about what he wanted to do. At this moment, they heard Ning Ke's next question. "Are there holes in the socks?" Of course, Prince Longqing suddenly raised his eyebrows and stopped talking. Then he looked at Ning Ke standing in the field with a faint smile, as if he was looking at a pitiful worm whose cleverness had been crushed. He continued to answer in an indifferent tone, "No." This series of questions was dull and even boring. But because it was related to Prince Longqing and the previous storm, everyone listened very carefully. When Ning Ke asked the questions, all the students thought along with him and silently answered with Prince Longqing in their hearts. When the last question appeared, they even directly answered "yes" in their hearts. Until now, when they heard Prince Longqing's sudden change of topic and answered "no," they thought for a while and were shocked to realize that all this was just a verbal trap set by Ning Quebec. Situilan frowned and thought for a while. She looked at Ning Ke and shook her head. She lowered her voice and said to Jean Wuxia beside her, "It's a pity that we didn't make Prince Longqing look bad." Prince Longqing was indeed a bigwig in the judicial department of the West Hill Divine Palace and a genius who was the center of attention. However, at the most critical moment, he found that Ning Ke's series of questions were just to lure him into a certain psychological pattern and verbal inertia. Ning Ke wanted him to make a mistake on the last question, which was so simple that it was stupid, and wanted him to admit in front of everyone that the socks had holes. Naturally, he would not be fooled. He looked at Ning Ke with a pitiful and disgusted look and said, "I didn't expect that I would patiently listen to your question, but in the end, it was just this kind of petty cleverness. I really didn't expect you to do that." Ning Ke also looked at him with a faint smile. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "It's indeed a petty cleverness. But it's a pity that you can't even deal with it. I'm really disappointed." No one understood what he was talking about. They thought he was talking nonsense out of shame and anger. Those academy classmates who had always been estranged from him turned their heads and showed that they were ashamed to admit that they were classmates. Ning Ke shook his head and looked down at Sang Sang. He sighed and said, "Do you remember the story I told you when you were young? How did most of the bears die in the end? They died of stupidity." Sang Sang said, "Young master, you were right the other day. Most men who are too good-looking are not smart." Then she looked at Prince Longqing and explained seriously, "If there are no holes in the socks, then how do you put them in?" Once again, everyone was silent. Those who understood the matter were dumbfounded and shamefully lowered their heads. They did not understand the matter, but looking at the expressions of the people around them, those who could guess were dumbfounded and had no time to lower their heads. Li Yu and Situilan couldn't help but smile. The expressions of the people from West Hill were extremely ugly. As for Prince Longqing himself, after being called a man who was not smart by Sang Sang and figured out the abominable language trap, his face was so gloomy that it looked like a beautiful watercolor painting on a rainy day. I asked you just now, and you also answered me. We all know that Hao Tian has eyes. He is looking at the mortals in the secular world. You and I are like insects under the locust tree, living in the primordial chi of heaven and earth. We have to follow certain rules. Ning Ke looked at Prince Longqing and said calmly, these rules in the Tang Empire are the golden words of the Emperor or the laws of the Tang Empire. In West Hill, they are the laws of the Holy Church. However, no matter which one is, it clearly recognizes that everyone's private property is not to be violated. Therefore, my things are always mine. As long as I don't agree, then don't think about taking them away. Only then did everyone realize that there was such a hidden meaning in those seemingly boring questions. Ning Ke continued, I asked these questions just to let the prince know these principles. Even if you answered the answer that a 3-year-old should know, it would be meaningless. Of course, the socks have holes, and of course, my handmaiden is mine. As long as I don't agree, you can't take away a penny from me. Prince Longqing stared at his face, and after a long silence, he suddenly laughed and said calmly, what you said makes sense, but I also know some other principles. If you don't have power, even if you only have the last penny on you, sometimes it will be difficult to protect it. Ning Ke smiled and asked, Prince, are you threatening me? Then he looked at Xingjing and Li Yu at the table. He bowed with his hands folded in front and asked seriously, Your Highness, Grand Secretary, he is threatening me. What should I do? Grand Secretary Xingjing was pushed to the wall by his words. He stroked his beard and said with a forced smile, How could there be such a thing? You must have misheard. Li Yu replied with a smile, Do you want to fight to your death with your insignificant ability? Suddenly, she changed the topic and said calmly, But I really don't know who dares to threaten the people of Tang Empire in Chang'an. This sentence was the real threat. Priest Moli flew into a rage. He slammed the table in front of him and was about to stand up. However, at this moment, Prince Longqing coldly looked at his former teacher and forcibly suppressed him. Then he looked at Ning Ke and asked with a smile, You are also a student of the academy. Will I see you when I enter the second floor? Someone suddenly answered, He didn't even enter the course of magic skills, so naturally he can't enter the second floor. The person who interrupted was Zhong Dajuan. Ning Ke's previous question about the socks had directly embarrassed everyone present, and he felt the most strongly. At this time, when he heard Prince Longqing's question, he immediately pointed out that Ning Ke had no cultivation potential and was not qualified to enter the second floor, as if he could humiliate Ning Ke in this way. Prince Longqing looked at Ning Ke expressionlessly and said, That's a pity. After a moment of silence, Ning Ke smiled and said, Perhaps there aren't so many regrets in the world. Sang Sang pulled his sleeve and said for the second time, Young master, let's go home. Ning Ke glanced at Zhong Dajuan and the other students of the academy and said, I know you have always been ashamed to be associated with me. Today you will only think that I played some tricks, but I don't care. I just want to remind you to put these moral thoughts into your studies. If you still can't answer these questions that even a 3-year-old can answer in the future, then it will be my turn to be ashamed to be associated with you. After saying this, he bowed to Li Yu and several officials of the imperial court, and then turned to leave with Sang Sang. As he walked out of the courtyard, Ning Ke sighed with emotion and said, Peerless, genius, hope for resurgence. Then he shook his head and sighed with a smile. Pia Pia. Listening to the constantly floating voices, there was an awkward silence. Prince Longqing's face was extremely ugly. Note, I like this line very much. In my hometown dialect, people often say this to satirize others for overestimating themselves. Do you think you are prettier than others? P.S. I wrote this chapter very painstakingly, and every paragraph was dug out. I hope the effect is good. In addition, I miss home. My favorite shaman is not beautiful now. Finally, I need a recommendation vote. In the next few days, I will probably only be able to read 3K, and then I will be too embarrassed to ask for votes. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 148. Pia Pia was the crisp sound of the soles of shoes hitting the cheeks. It was a pity that the people in Chang'an City had not seen the comedians in skirts in that world, so they probably could not accurately understand the meaning they wanted to convey. Ning Ke walked out of the courtyard with Sang Sang, chatted with Chu Yuxian for a while, and then went out of the side door. However, they had not gone far in the horse carriage when they heard the rapid and dense sounds of hooves coming from behind. Sang Sang's thin shoulders slightly tightened. She looked up at him, her willowy eyes full of suspicion and vigilance. Ning Ke smiled and patted her shoulder, comforting her. Even if the prince is so angry that he dares to send his subordinates to kill or beat us in Chang'an, he would not be so idiotic as to follow us as soon as we left the house. His judgment was not wrong. The luxurious carriages with soft ropes on them were branded with the emblem of the imperial family. The coachman saw this and hurriedly shouted for the carriages to move to the side of the road. However, he did not expect that these carriages with the emblem of the great Tang imperial family would slowly stop. The green curtain was lifted, revealing Li Yu's beautiful and pleasant face. Her brows were slightly furrowed, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her true emotions could not be seen. Ning Ke hurriedly got off the horse carriage with Sang Sang and respectfully walked to the window to bow. He might not have any respect for the princess deep in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on this crowded street. I heard that you are not popular in the academy a few days ago. Li Yu smiled and looked at him by the window. After a pause, she said, at the banquet today, even though you were standing up for the academy, you did not make your classmates feel like they were on the same side. From this, it can be seen that your relationship with the academy is not bad, but extremely poor. Ning Ke replied with a smile, popularity is a strange thing. It's like the weeds growing on the city walls. Wherever the wind blows, the weeds will run. If you're not popular, it just means that the wind you blow isn't strong enough. What you said is interesting. Li Yu said with a smile. Ning Ke scratched his head and looked at the woman behind the window. He replied, I only said it because your highness could understand. Li Yu sighed, if other people heard you talking to me in such a tone, they would be shocked at your impudence. Ning Ke smiled and bowed with hands folded in front. That's because her highness is virtuous and we are old acquaintances. Naturally, I don't need to be too particular with my words. Li Yu sighed, stared into his eyes and said, you are a young man. You are not impudent when you should be. You are only impudent in front of me. Ning Ke felt strange hearing this. After a moment of silence, he replied with a smile, Your Highness, your words are unreasonable. At least I believe that Prince Longqing will think that I am presumptuous enough today. Thinking of Prince Longqing's gloomy face, Li Yu felt refreshed as if she had been washed by the spring breeze. She looked at Ning Ke with satisfaction and then at Sang Sang beside him. She praised, You did well today. But, you are not afraid of offending the Yen Kingdom's subjects and the West Hill Divine Palace just because of a temporary dispute. You are much more courageous than before. To be honest, it is not like your original temperament. This was a seemingly ordinary but sharp question. Only those who had been in contact with Ning Ke knew that this soldier from the border town had always cared more about benefits, such as life and death. He had never cared about fame or humiliation. At this time, Ning Ke recalled his previous tough and sharp words at the banquet and found it somewhat interesting. He smiled and shook his head, explaining, I don't know why, but I'm very unhappy when I see Prince Longqing's behavior. When the little Taoist boy said those words, I really wanted to flip the table and kill him, but... Your Highness, you also know that I'm not capable of killing him, so I can only stab him a few times to get some interest. This is just the interest. Li Yu said with a smile. Then she thought of the big event the day after tomorrow and the Yen Kingdom's crown Prince Chongming, who seemed to be forgotten today. She gradually stopped smiling and looked at Ning Ke seriously. After a long silence, she said in a low voice, "This year, only one person can enter the second floor. That person, could it be you?" Ning Ke looked at the serious look of the woman in the window and did not know how to answer. "I don't care what the Westhill Divine Palace and the Yen Kingdom are thinking. I also don't care what agreement the Imperial Court has reached with them. I only know that I really don't want to see Prince Long Qing enter the second floor." Li Yu stared into his eyes and said. Ning Ke looked back into her eyes and spread his hands helplessly. He said, "Prince Long Qing is a cultivator standing on the threshold of knowing destiny state and a bigwig of the judicial department of the Westhill Divine Palace. And I am just an ordinary student of the academy. Don't you think too highly of me if your highness expects me to be an obstacle on his path to glory?" The light in Li Yu's eyes gradually faded. She looked at Ning Ke's clean and fresh but still ordinary face and thought that she was really out of her mind. How could she have thought of pinning her hopes on this guy? She could not help but laugh at herself. She stretched out her hand through the window and gently pinched Song Song's cheek. She praised, "You are much more capable than your young master." In the past 6 months, Sang Sang often went to the princess's mansion to play and was very familiar with Li Yu. She did not resist such intimate actions. She burped and said softly, "Young master is the real capable one." Hua Shangyue, the senior captain of Gushan Commandery, came to the side of the royal carriage. Looking at the carriage that was about to disappear at the corner, he suddenly said, "I haven't seen you for a year. I didn't expect that young man from border town to enter the academy. On the journey last year, Mr. Liu Qingshan once said something to me. He said that since we can be sure that Ning Ke can enter the academy without any reason, why can't we believe that he can enter the second floor?" Li Yu looked through the window and looked at the lively crowd on the street in front of her. She said indifferently, "Today when I saw him talking in the courtyard, I suddenly thought of this sentence. I thought of Mr. Liu's strange hope for him and could not help but have a thought. Could it be that I have misjudged him this time? Today, his performance at the banquet was indeed wonderful. He did not embarrass the Tang Empire and the academy. But, this is after all just some skills in words. If he were to face a peerless cultivation genius like Prince Long Qing on the battlefield, as he said before, it would be overestimating him." Hua Shangyue commented indifferently. In his opinion, comparing an ordinary student of the academy like Ning Ke with Prince Long Qing should not be considered in this way, for it was too absurd. "Maybe what you said is right." Li Yu put down the cyan curtain and leaned back on the golden cushion. She raised her elbow to support her chin. There was a playful smile between her clear and sharp eyes. "If you are really a talent, then you will eventually become my talent in the future." She smiled and murmured, "Because at least I already know what your weakness is." When the carriage gathered and chatted in the middle of the street, a large group of people walked out of the main entrance of the Victory House. They wore Taoist robes and looked solemn. They were the people from the Westhill Divine Palace. Prince Long Qing walked in the middle of the crowd with a calm expression. As soon as he went out, his beautiful face attracted a lot of screams from the women on the street. Listening to these cries of joy and admiration, he was not moved by this, nor did he show a look of disgust. He was just solemn and quiet. He slowly stepped on the golden carriage engraved with Fu characters. He closed his eyes and kept silent for a moment. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said indifferently, "That academy student is not a cultivator." Priest Molly, the deputy dean of the Yutian Academy of West Hill, sat respectfully opposite him. Although they were teacher and student in the past, there was a gap between them when Prince Long Qing became the second person in the judicial department of the Divine Hall after the Tao Addict. No one dared to cross it. Priest Molly frowned and said angrily, "I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by the Tangs." Prince Long Qing thought of the little handmaiden hiding in the dark corner and shook his head expressionlessly. Outside the carriage, melodious music drifted in from who knows where. Prince Longqing suddenly smiled gently. His handsome face was as dazzling as a peach blossom. He murmured with emotion, "I can't believe I would lose my composure for a little handmaiden. It seems that my Taoist heart is also covered with dust after entering Chang'an." After confirming that Ning Ke and Sang Sang were not cultivators, he didn't want to care about this matter anymore. Because his pride lay in other higher levels. His purpose of coming to Chang'an was to enter the second floor of the academy. However, Prince Longqing's smile gradually faded and he said indifferently, "Find out who that student is. I hate him very much." Back to the old brush pen shop on Lin 47th Street, Sang Sang untied the big black umbrella wrapped in coarse cloth on her back and prepared to wash rice and cook rice. Today they drank a lot of hard liquor, but the delicate fruits and small dishes that the nobles liked could hardly fill their stomachs that had been honed by the sandstorms of the frontier fortress. Ning Ke sat on the chair by the window and stared blankly at the blue sky with his hands on the window lattice. Thinking of the encounter in Victory House today, he suddenly frowned and said, "I don't know why I hate that guy very much." He didn't say who it was, but Sang Sang knew it was him. She poured the water from the well into the big pot and wiped her hands on her apron. She looked back at the window and said, "I don't know why I hate His Highness so much now. I was going to touch his face and ask him what kind of powder he used." The next day, Ning Ke went to the academy as usual. Then he found that his classmates looked at him in a strange way. They probably knew what had happened yesterday, but for some reason, they still looked at him with faint contempt and quickly withdrew it. After the bell rang, Situilan caught him in the Yenyu corridor and said regretfully, "Yesterday you won the reputation for the academy. Everyone was grateful to you and even felt guilty. But why did you say those words to provoke them before you left? It's a pity that you missed the chance to repair the relationship." "I didn't mess it up, so why should I give them the chance to repair it?" Ning Ke answered with a smile and went to the old library. Late at night, Ning Ke looked at Chin Pippi who came out of the bookshelf panting. He handed him the expensive crab porridge with both hands and placed a futon for him. Then he bowed with both hands folded in front and bowed very seriously. Chin Pippi held the crab porridge and was stunned speechless. The smile on Ning Ke's face was extremely sincere, which was many times more genuine than the salted duck egg yolk in the academy's crab porridge. He looked at Chin Pippi and said sincerely, "Tomorrow only one person can enter the second floor. I really want to enter, but I really don't want Prince Longqing to enter. Tell me, how much hope do I have? Don't look at me like that. I know Prince Longqing is like the Son of God from heaven, and I'm just an ordinary lump of dirt in the human world. It seems hopeless to compete with him in terms of cultivation state and strength, and to beat him in the entrance test. But I think, if you secretly tell me the exam questions, maybe there will always be hope in the human world." To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 149. After Ning Ke said this, the old library fell into silence. Chin Pippi stared at his eyes, and after a long silence, his thick lips slightly moved and he said, "You are really beautiful." Ning Ke was so angry that he stared back at him and said coldly, "Even if you don't want to reveal the exam questions, you don't have to talk to me like this. I don't believe that I can't enter the second floor without your help." Chin Pippi looked at him and shook his head pitifully. He said, "You have said many times that you want to enter the second floor. I didn't pay much attention at that time. I thought that although your aptitude was much worse than mine, it would not be difficult for you to defeat the so-called talent Xie Qingyun after half a year of careful guidance from me. However, who would have thought that the West Hill Divine Palace would be willing to let Longqing come to Chang'an City? With this person in front of you, you really have no hope at all. I remember clearly that you said a few days ago that in your eyes, Prince Longqing is just some cats and dogs. Now you say that I am not qualified to be compared with him. Does that mean that I am not even as good as a cat or dog in your eyes?" Ning Ke said angrily, waving his sleeves. Chinpipi raised his fleshy arm and patted his shoulder. He sincerely comforted him, "You don't have to say it so clearly. I was worried that it would hurt your self-esteem, so I didn't say it directly." "Then why does it matter if you tell me the exam questions?" Ning Ke said angrily, "It's no good for you if I can't enter the second floor. If Prince Longqing enters the second floor and finds out your real identity, you will also cause a lot of trouble. Because you are unlucky." Chinpipi looked at him sympathetically and said, "The headmaster of the academy and eldest brother have not returned from their travels. Although the second floor is opened according to the dates set last year, it is second brother and the professors in the front yard who are in charge of it. The professors will not tell me the exam questions. Even if I know, I can't tell you at the risk of being whipped by second brother. Second senior brother is a righteous and serious man. He hates dirty tricks and shameless tricks the most in his life. If he knows that you want to use my back door, even if you enter the second floor, he will beat you and kick you out." He patted Ning Ke's shoulder again and comforted him, "You are really unlucky. If the headmaster of the academy and eldest brother are here, they are very easy to talk to. Maybe I can ask them to let you enter the second floor." "What a pity." Ning Ke sat cross-legged on the floor and thought that if what Chinpipi said was true, then his luck was indeed terrible. He could not help but sigh bitterly, the headmaster is really too much. How can there be so many fun places in the world? It's really irresponsible of him not to return to the academy after playing for a year. Chinpipi's face was full of disdain as he exposed his thoughts. You want the headmaster to rush back to the academy because you want him to be irresponsible. After a moment of silence, Ning Ke patted the floor heavily and looked up into Chinpipi's eyes. He said seriously, "Well, I don't expect you to leak the questions, but you have to at least tell me how to enter the second floor. It is better to know the general scope and methods of the exam than to be confused now." "I can tell you." Chinpipi picked up the crab porridge and happily swallowed half of it. He said vaguely, "But it is useless to say this." "Why?" Ning Ke asked nervously. "Because the exam method is different every time the second floor opens. The specific content is decided by the headmaster of the academy years in advance. You may be asked to write a piece of calligraphy or draw a picture. You may also be asked to swim in the wetland. Or you may even be asked to eat faster. Take that year," Chinpipi began to introduce with great interest, but Ning Ke's mind drifted elsewhere. When he heard that it might be calligraphy and painting, his mind buzzed and he felt extremely happy. However, when he heard what Chinpipi said, the happiness or surprise suddenly turned into confusion and extreme absurdity. Wait, swim and eat? What's this test about?" Chinpipi put down the crab porridge in his hand, looked at him innocently and said, "I'm not the headmaster of the academy, how would I know what the test is about? But I heard it from my senior brothers and sisters, so it shouldn't be false." Ning Ke slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at his fat face. He hesitated and asked, "Then, what did you take that year?" Upon hearing this question, Chinpipi gently waved his sleeves to wipe off the non-existent dust on his clothes. A calm and composed smile appeared on his face as he put on a calm and unperturbed demeanor. Then, he slowly said, "I've told you that I'm a rare cultivation genius. That year, I directly entered the second floor after I got 6A+ grades. The headmaster of the academy greeted me with a smile on the mountain road and eldest brother rubbed my head affectionately. There was no need for me to be tested. This should be called exemption from the examination." Ning Ke looked at the complacent expression in his bean-like eyes and suddenly had a strong impulse to beat him up. But when he thought that this fat man was a cultivator in the knowing destiny state who was more vigorous than Prince Longqing, he had to dispel this idea. He sneered and said, "In my opinion, you are a big pot of steamed buns." Chinpipi touched his head and asked curiously, "Is it cute to be white and fat?" "No, it means that you are purely a foodie." Ning Ke angrily scolded, "You claim to be the treasure of the academy and the most favored younger brother of the second floor. But you don't know what the exam is and you don't know either. I even pinned all my hopes on you and bought you such an expensive bowl of porridge. He thought of Prince Longqing's graceful figure when the second floor opened tomorrow, thought of his own miserable ending, and looked at Chinpipi's helpless expression. He felt more and more annoyed and reached out to grab the porridge bowl beside him and poured the remaining half of the crab porridge into his stomach. Oh, why did you drink all of it? No one knew whether Chinpipi was angry because the crab porridge was robbed or because he was called a foodie. He pointed at Ning Kei's nose and scolded, I am a useless foodie. If it weren't for me, I am really useless. Ning Kei lowered his head. His expression could not be seen, but his voice was a little tired and gloomy. In fact, I have always thought that I am a real genius and can learn everything quickly, including killing horses, cows, and chickens. But cultivation really hurts my confidence. After so many years, I finally made some progress last year. But now when I see Prince Longqing, I can't have the confidence to fight him head-on, so I subconsciously come to you for help. He raised his head and looked at Chinpipi, saying self-mockingly, I really want to enter the second floor, but I really don't have the confidence to defeat Longqing and become the only one. In the past 6 months, Chinpipi had seen Ning Kei improve step by step from an ordinary lad who didn't know what cultivation was to the current state. He had long believed that this friend of the same age as him was also a genius. Interestingly, Ning Kei did not know this because he lacked a normal frame of reference. But Ning Kei's time in the cultivation world was too short. Not to mention, compared with him, even Prince Longqing was a mountain that he could not reach. Looking at Ning Kei's self-deprecating expression, he had a strong feeling of sympathy. After a sigh, he forced a smile and said, although it is difficult for a peerless genius like me to understand the troubles of ordinary people like you, but, just like in the past 6 months, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can still ask me. In this case, there is not much difference whether you enter the second floor of the academy or not. Ning Kei shook his head and replied, like now, I am learning from you. So no matter how well I learn, I will never be able to surpass you. But what if I have the opportunity to learn from the headmaster? Hearing this, Chinpipi's small eyes widened, and the little sympathy he had just had suddenly disappeared. He shouted angrily, are you still not satisfied with reaching my level? Ning Kei tiredly leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. He was too lazy to say anything, and he looked extremely disappointed. Chinpipi couldn't bear to look at him. His two tightened eyebrows under his smooth forehead suddenly raised, and he whispered, in fact, those who can enter the second floor are not necessarily geniuses in cultivation. Sixth brother is a good blacksmith born from a good blacksmith. Ning Kei suddenly opened his eyes. Chinpipi didn't look at him, and continued to frown. The headmaster of the academy values a student's temperament the most. Every time the second floor opens, although the examination methods are different, they are all the same. So no matter how the examination is tomorrow, the first thing you have to do is to stay true to yourself and do this to the extreme. Then you may have a chance. The extreme? Ning Kei thoughtfully said to himself. It's late. Let's go back. Chinpipi glanced at the spring night stars outside the west window and said, there are only a few hours left before the second floor opens. After returning to the old brush pen shop on Lin 47th Street, Ning Kei couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling above his head. His seemingly calm eyes actually hid nervousness and confusion, and his body also seemed a little tense because of nervousness. Even he himself couldn't explain why he had such a strong desire to enter the second floor of the academy. Perhaps it was because of the infinite yearning for the cultivation world since childhood. Years of hard work like last year when he kept coughing up blood to climb the stairs made every cell in his body love that world more and more. More because he finally stepped into that magical world last year and saw more strange scenery, he increasingly wanted to see more scenery. When people went through hardships to climb a dangerous peak and looked up, they would see a faintly higher peak among the white clouds in the distance. If they could overcome their fatigue, then they would always want to go to the higher peak and see more beautiful scenery that they had never seen before. Climbing the city tower to see the mountain scenery, climbing the high mountain to see the city scenery, sitting on the clouds to see the scenery of the world. This was what a worthwhile life should be like. Sang Sang sat on the edge of the bed and stared at his cheek. She held his hand with a little force, trying to pass some kind of strength to him. There was a forced but sincere smile on her dark face, trying to pass some kind of confidence to him. On this night in the spring of the 14th year of Tianqi era, the whole Chang and city and even the whole world were paying attention to the opening of the second floor of the academy tomorrow. But no one knew how important this matter was to the ordinary lad who had been cruelly judged to be unable to cultivate since childhood, living in the back house of the shabby bookstore in the eastern city of Chang'an. Written on my birthday, revised on 201112102132. I spent this birthday alone in the hotel. It's a legend. I'll remember it. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 150. For Ning Ke, the opening of the second floor was a big deal. No matter whether he could grasp the slim chance or not, at least the chance was right in front of him. For most people, being calm in the face of a big deal was an admirable quality. Ning Ke, who had been through countless life and death situations, could barely do this. Whenever he encountered a really big event, in addition to forcing himself to calm down, he also had to do the most important preparation work, which was to take Sang Sang with him. The spring sun had not risen yet, and Chang'an was still dark. He left the Vermilion Bird School in a horse carriage with Sang Sang. When they arrived at the academy at the foot of the mountain in the southern suburbs, the morning breeze was still cool. The meadow of the academy, which should have been quiet, was already very lively. The cavalrymen of the Yulin Royal Guards in full armor were vigilantly patrolling around. Under the temporary awning, the officials from the Ministry of Rights were nervously arranging seats. Under the trees in the distance, some men in Tang official uniforms stood expressionlessly. It was unknown which department these people belonged to, but they naturally exuded a dangerous aura. Looking at the lively and solemn scene around him, Ning Ke thought of the academy entrance examination a year ago. He found that the security level today was not much lower than that of the academy entrance examination. Only then did he realize one thing. The opening of the second floor was certainly not only a big deal in his life, but also a big deal for the whole of Chang'an. This year, because Prince Long Qing from the Judicial Department of the Divine Hall was going to enter the second floor of the academy, which involved the complicated relationship between the Tang Empire, the Westhill Divine Palace and the Yen Kingdom, it became a big deal. Because of the tight security and bad luck, Sang Sang could not enter the academy this time. She could only regretfully wait in the meadow outside the stone gate of the academy. At this time, there was still half a day before the opening of the second floor. Ning Ke deliberately came early not to sit in the academy's meadow and bask in the sun like a tourist. He walked into the familiar academy, walked through the bamboo forest along the back alley, walked around the wetland twice, and then went to the old library to greet the instructor who had just woken up. Then he lifted the front of his robe and walked upstairs. Professor Yu's childish figure did not appear beside the desk by the east window, not knowing whether it was because it was too early or for some other reason. Ning Ke was slightly startled. He walked to the table by the west window and poured water into the ink to moisten the brush. After a few deep breaths, he casually wrote a piece of calligraphy. After confirming that his mind was clear and calm, he put down the brush and left. After walking through the dense forest behind the wetland, the view in front of them suddenly widened. The green meadow was as smooth as a blanket under the early morning light, making anyone who saw it want to take off their clothes and roll on it a dozen times. This was a very remote place in the academy. In the past half a year, very few students would come here except for Ning Ke himself. Even if they came, they would only sit on the edge of the meadow, watching the stars and talking about love. They would not stroll across the meadow and cross such a long distance to walk to the center of the forest that was as sharp as a sword. Ning Ke walked into the tall and steep trees and stroked the smooth trunks with his palm. He looked up at the sparse branches at the top of the forest and frowned in silence. What did you do today? The female professor's voice came from the woods. Greetings, teacher. Ning Ke looked at the approaching figure in the woods and bowed respectfully. He straightened up and thought carefully for a moment before answering. I ate a bowl of chicken noodle soup with pickled radish today. I came to the academy by horse carriage and stood outside the stone gate for a while. Then I went to classroom 3 to put down my things and walked 2.5 circles around the lake. I went to the old library to see the teacher and wanted to go upstairs to ask for your advice. Because you were not here, I wrote a piece of calligraphy and came here. The female professor walked in front of him. Her face, whose age could never be guessed, was calm and tranquil. She did not ask what Ning Ke wanted to ask for advice from her. Instead, she smiled and said calmly, "It's a pity that you still can't calm down after doing so many things." Ning Ke nodded and answered honestly, "I know I don't have much of a chance, but I can't help but think that I'm lucky. Once I have an idea, it's hard to calm down. I wonder if you have anything to teach me? I'm just a mediocre person in the see-through state." The female professor gently lifted the floating hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile, "There's really nothing to teach a person like you who has big ideas." Ning Ke smiled and scratched his head awkwardly. There's no need to demand a peaceful state of mind under any circumstances. Even though you're also a person who likes to study, you're still a young man after all. You can't be like me, sitting by the east window every day, copying flowers without knowing how long it's been. The female professor looked at him and said softly, "There are many things in the world that don't depend on whether you have the ability to do it, but on whether you dare to think about it. If you don't even dare to think about it and are controlled by self-doubt, then you're a weak person. I only need to know how strong your desire to enter the second floor is. Or should I say, how strong is it?" Ning Ke was about to say something, but he did not expect to hear a sentence that shocked him. "If you give up on entering the second floor today, I can introduce you to a strong person who is no weaker than Lu Bai." It was quiet in the forest. Ning Ke looked at the female professor's calm face and realized that her tone when she said this was so casual and normal. It was as if she was saying that if he did not want to eat fruit pancakes, she would make him a bowl of sesame paste noodles. She did not show off, but there was an unquestionable meaning. However, the sage of Sword of South Jin Kingdom, Lu Bai, was recognized as the most powerful person in the world. She wanted to introduce a strong person who was no weaker than Lu Bai to be his teacher. Where could he find such a person in the world? How did the female professor know him? Ning Ke was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. He did not know why he trusted the female professor's promise. However, he did not know why when he opened his mouth with difficulty, the answer was no. "I still want to give it a try. I want to see if I can enter the second floor." The female professor's eyes were filled with an interesting smile. She looked at him and asked, "Why?" After a moment of silence, Ning Ke said hesitantly, "I don't know why either. I just feel that I've been working so hard on this matter for so long. If I don't give it a try, I won't be satisfied. That's all." The female professor looked into his eyes quietly. Ning Ke scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Because I really want to enter the second floor to have a look." The female professor looked at the awkward expression on his face and suddenly smiled sweetly. She said with a smile, "Thinking is the key. As long as a person wants to do something, they can usually do it. A person's thinking, or ambition, has always been the most beautiful thing in this world. You've made the right choice by persevering. I told you last time that these trees are like swords inserted into the earth. If you can pull these trees out, they will be swords piercing into the sky. A person's persistence is self, and self is the sword in your hand. It's just a pity." She turned and walked out of the sword forest, leaving behind a sigh. Ning Ke did not understand what she meant. He thought nervously, "Does the female professor mean that even though I have a good foundation and will, I am still no match for Prince Longqing?" Looking at the slim figure that was gradually disappearing at the edge of the sword forest, he suddenly asked, "Sir, you said that if I don't enter the second floor, you will introduce me to a teacher. Is that true?" The female professor did not turn back and replied calmly, "Of course it is true." Ning Ke raised his hand to cover his forehead and asked with a smile, "Can I regret it now?" The female professor replied with a smile, "I have given you a chance." Thoughts, persistence, ego, ambition, sword. The female professor's words seemed to be covered with a layer of veil, and the hidden meaning could not be seen clearly. However, Ning Ke vaguely understood something. The female professor had said this to him because she had seen through his nature. Since he escaped from Chang'an City at the age of 4, he had relied on this spirit to survive and live better and better. Thinking of Chen Pippi's solemn words in the old library last night, "Stay true to yourself, and do your best," Ning Ke found that it was actually the same as what the female professor had said. After careful consideration, although he still did not know what the test would be when the second floor opened, he could roughly guess what the test would be. "This should be something that I am good at." Ning Ke gently clenched his fists and walked through the wetlands and quiet alleys, arriving at the already noisy front yard of the academy. Among the black and white buildings of the Qingmei Academy, so many people appeared out of nowhere. The professors and doctors who usually spent most of their time researching their own topics had collectively moved all kinds of chairs outside, holding hot tea in their hands and arguing fiercely about what would happen on the second floor today. They even began to make bets. The students of the academy had arrived early. Although most of them did not dare to hope that they could enter the second floor, no one was willing to miss such a moment. The students surrounded the 6 students of the course of magic skills and kept cheering for them. Naturally, Xie Qingyun from South Jin Kingdom was the focus of everyone's attention. It was almost noon. Accompanied by melodious ritual music, Prince Li Peiyan of the Tang Empire, Princess Liu, and several officials of the imperial court walked up from the meadow. Following closely behind them were envoys from various countries and dozens of divine priests and Taoists from the West Hill Divine Palace. Some of the green trees along the path in the middle of the meadow had already blossomed. They were pink, fresh and lovely, especially the peach tree near the main entrance of the academy. For some reason, it was especially in full bloom, tenderly swaying in the spring breeze. A young man in a dark robe walked from the path. The blooming peach blossoms were set off by his perfect cheeks and suddenly lost all color. This man was Prince Long Qing of the Yen Kingdom. All the divine priests under Mo Li, the deputy headmaster of the Yutian Academy of West Hill, as well as the envoys from various countries all stood up. The academy students who were in a heated discussion suddenly fell silent. Even the professors and doctors of the academy who were used to the opening ceremony of the second floor could not help but clap their hands in admiration when they saw the young prince walking through the sunlight and flowers. People could clearly see the not-so-rugged mountain path at the foot of the mountain when they stood on the stone ground of the academy. It was quiet, and no one spoke. Time ticked by, but no one walked towards the mountain. "It seems that I have to go first." In the dead silence caused by the tension, a person's voice suddenly sounded. To everyone's surprise, the first to climb the mountain and move towards the second floor of the academy was not a student of the academy, nor was it Prince Long Qing, who was regarded as the son of God by all the believers of Haotian Taoism. It was a young monk. The monk was about 20 years old and had a handsome appearance. He wore a tattered but clean monk's robe and a pair of straw sandals. The edges of the straw sandals were almost rotting away. One could imagine how many barren hills and treacherous rivers these shoes had accompanied him through. However, if one looked closely, one could see that there was not a single speck of dirt on his feet. His feet were as white as a lotus. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 151. Prince Li Peiyan looked at the young monk who was walking towards the back of the academy. He frowned and looked unhappy. He had come as a representative of the royal family to attend the opening of the second floor of the academy. His main purpose was to ensure that the agreement would not be interfered with. He had never thought that the students of the academy would be able to defeat Prince Longqing. However, after such a long time, no student of the Tang Academy had bravely stood up. Instead, a young monk in a tattered robe had taken the lead. As a prince of the Tang Empire, it was inevitable that he would be a little angry. Who is this monk? He frowned and looked at the official from the Ministry of Rites beside him. The official lifted his sleeves to wipe the sweat off his forehead and replied softly, "He is a traveling monk from the Dada Temple of the Yueluan Kingdom. He made an application in advance and was allowed to enter the academy today." Li Peiyan was slightly stunned. He wanted to say something but eventually shut his mouth. Unlike what people imagined, when the second floor of the academy opened, it never cared whether those who wanted to enter the second floor were students of the academy or not. The academy welcomed all challengers regardless of nationality or sect. To be able to enter the second floor of the academy meant that one would have the opportunity to meet the headmaster of the academy and receive his personal teachings. This treatment was like the sweet dew that Haotian had sprinkled on the human world. It was like honey in front of a honey peak. No one could resist this temptation. Therefore, since many years ago, whenever the second floor of the academy opened, young talents from the South Jin Kingdom, the Great River Kingdom and the Yueluan Kingdom would travel thousands of miles to the academy to try their luck. What was strange was that the sects and countries of these young prodigies also maintained an interesting silence regarding this matter. The reason why these countries and sects kept quiet was actually not complicated. They could not extinguish the young talents yearning for the second floor of the academy from the bottom of their hearts. They believed that the headmaster of the academy's moral character was as pure as the clouds and his heart was as broad as a mountain. He would never interfere with the internal affairs of other cultivation sections. More importantly, they believed that the headmaster of the academy would treat all the disciples of the second floor equally and never hide anything. Since that was the case, if these young talents from the South Jin Kingdom and Yueluan Kingdom could really enter the second floor, they could not only learn the exquisite skills of the academy, but also build a close relationship between their sects and the academy. It could even indirectly cause the Tang Empire to be friendly to them. Why wouldn't they remain silent? It was a pity that the opening date of the second floor of the academy was uncertain, and there were very few talents selected. Over the years, most of the students on the second floor of the academy were disciples of the academy, and only a few lucky ones from countries outside the Tang Empire. Even so, young talents from all over the world flocked to the second floor every time it opened. The young monk from the Yueluan Kingdom, who was wearing a shabby frock and straw sandals, was probably one of them. The West Hill Divine Palace regarded itself as the only orthodox cultivator in the world and the spokesperson of Haotian. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be like the sects of other countries and countries. Except for an unknown fat lad, no young man from West Hill had tried to enter the second floor for many years, until Prince Longqing came to the academy today. Not only Prince Li Peiyan's expression was a little ugly, but the academy professor who presided over the opening ceremony of the second floor also looked very ugly. The divine talisman who hid in a small building in the academy did not know much about the state and strength of this year's academy students. But in his opinion, since they were students of the academy, how could they hide behind the crowd like a timid rabbit? Another 3 young cultivators from foreign countries walked bravely to the back of the mountain of the academy under the ardent gaze of their companions. After a long period of silence, the group of academy students finally became a little restless. Many people could not help but look at their spiritual leader, Mr. Xie. Xie Qingyun quietly looked at the crowd in the distance. He looked at the young prince who seemed to have taken away all the brilliance of the world since he came to Chang'an. He could not help but feel a little bitter in his mouth. He had been observing him and paying attention to him, but he did not pay attention to him at all. How painful it was. He had painstakingly studied and cultivated for so many years. He even gave up the Tanhua position in the South Jin Kingdom. He came all the way to the academy and did not hesitate to vomit blood to climb to the second floor. Wasn't it all for the sake of becoming the core disciple of the headmaster of the academy? However, all this would become a bubble in front of the more powerful and dazzling peer. Suddenly, this Mr. Xia, who came from a prominent family in the South Jin Kingdom and had been spoiled since childhood, remembered the two reprimands he had heard in the old library and the study room. One reprimand was from the Princess of Tang and the other was from Ning Quebec. He looked back at his classmates in the academy, hoping to see Ning Ke, but he was a little disappointed. After a moment of silence, he thought of nearly 20 years of hard study and diligent cultivation. A trace of determination and relief gradually appeared on his face. He stood up and took a deep breath. Looking at Linchuan Wang Ying and his classmates, he said forcefully, "This is our academy. Do we have to be the last to go up the mountain?" A happy smile appeared on Wang Ying's young face. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Xia, I'll go with you." The academy students were excited and began to cheer softly. They lined the path to see the 6 students of course of magic skills off. The slight uproar of the academy students only attracted some curious gazes. As for the West Hill Divine Palace and the Yen Kingdom envoys gathered under the umbrella, no one looked at them. The eyes of everyone under the umbrella and even many people outside the umbrella were still fixed on Prince Longqing, who was as beautiful and calm as a peach blossom in winter. The small disturbance in the Victory House the day before had gradually spread. Many people knew that Prince Longqing, who was solemn and powerful in the judicial department of the Divine Hall, had suffered a small loss in the hands of an ordinary student of the academy. However, those who knew the inside story knew that it was just some trivial things like drinking and talking. These things could not affect Prince Longqing's position in their hearts. As long as Prince Longqing had not really been defeated, he was still the perfect son of God. Since the beginning of the academy professor's announcement, some young cultivators had walked to the back of the academy. However, Prince Longqing had been silent. His eyes were as calm as a still pond, and he had been focused on the air in front of him. "Longqing, when could you be affected by such a small figure?" Prince Longqing suddenly curled his lips and said silently in his heart. Then, he glanced at the guy hiding in the corner outside the crowd with his emotionless eyes, and then slowly stood up. It was just a very simple action of standing up, but it caused a burst of excitement and discussion among the crowd. Prince Longqing is going to start climbing the mountain. Will he be the one who climbs the highest? Of course. He is a powerhouse in the upper see-through state. I even believe that he will directly climb to the top. Speaking of which, he is already a bigwig in the judicial department of the Divine Hall, but he still wants to participate in the examination of the second floor of the academy. The academy is really too arrogant. Can't they directly give him a place? I suspect that the academy and the Tang Empire want to take this opportunity to shock the West Hill Divine Palace. With so many pairs of eyes watching, can the academy play tricks during the process of climbing the mountain? How can the headmaster of the academy play tricks when recruiting disciples? Those who think so are really stupid. The whispered discussions entered Prince Longqing's ears very clearly, but there was still no expression on his perfect face, as if he did not hear it at all. In the eyes of the audience, their bodies seemed to be a joint of an extremely heavy boulder. Every step they took seemed so painful and strenuous, as if they were fighting against the whole world. The young monk from the Yueluan kingdom seemed to be relatively relaxed, and only one person on the sloping mountain path did not seem to be affected at all. He walked as usual as if he was walking on flat ground, and calmly surpassed his peers. His sleeves were slightly swaying behind him, and he did not look like he was carrying out a difficult challenge, but more like he was climbing the mountain to enjoy the scenery. It was Prince Longqing. Well, in this chapter, Chu Yuxian scolded Prince Longqing, and I scolded myself on behalf of everyone. I really can't do anything about it. If I could write more every day, I wouldn't make everyone feel constipated like me. Fortunately, I will go home on the 23rd, and from the 24th, my life will be normal. Alas. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 152. Every time they lifted their feet or waved their arms, it was as if they had to use all their strength. The young people walking on the stone path at the back of the academy were like puppets being carried by cotton strings. Although they could not see their expressions, the people in the academy could clearly feel the pain they were suffering. The second floor's method of selecting students was actually this simple, but behind the simplicity, there was such a miracle. The outstanding young cultivators from all over the world would become clumsy puppets once they stepped on the slanting stone path. It was a shocking scene. No one could guess what had happened on the mountain path except for the people involved. Even Priest Molly, who had been immersed in the cultivation world for many years, did not dare to guess before experiencing it for himself. But everyone believed that the academy would not let these young people be really hurt. Looking at the monotonous scene for a long time, it was inevitable that it would be boring. Looking at the movements of the crowd around the academy, it was unlikely that anyone would try to climb the back of the academy. The bigwigs, including the envoys from various countries, relaxed a little. They began to look left and right under the shade of the umbrellas, talking to others. The academy had prepared some simple food, and the bigwigs had brought their own maidservants. Tea and snacks were placed on the table for a while, adding to the excitement of the conversation. The main targets of the envoys from various countries were Prince Li Peiyan, Princess Liu, and Priest Molly, the deputy headmaster of the Revelation Institute. The surrounding countries had always been very gentle and subservient to the Tang Empire and the Westhill Divine Palace, which no other power dared to oppose. As for which side to submit to, it was not their focus at all. At least for now, this submission had to be on both sides. Other than building a good relationship with the Tang Empire and the Westhill Divine Palace, the most important reason for the envoys from various countries to come to the academy today was to see if there were any young people from their countries who were lucky enough to enter the second floor. Even if no one could enter the second floor, as long as there was a real talent in cultivation, they would pay attention to it on behalf of their respective imperial courts. The envoy from the Great River Kingdom was chatting with a deacon from the Westhill Divine Palace beside him. He perfectly hid his humility between laughter and exquisite flattery. Suddenly, he saw the earth dragon coming from afar, and his expression changed. He stood up abruptly and looked in that direction, trembling. What's going on? The so-called earthen dragons were actually 4 deacons of the academy carrying stretchers. Because they were moving so fast, their boots broke the grass and kicked up the soil. That was why there was a cloud of dust and the momentum of flying dragons flying close to the ground. The 4 deacons of the academy carried the stretchers from afar and arrived at the front yard in no time. They were not out of breath and their faces were not flushed. They looked extremely calm. It could be seen that they had done this many times over the years. The envoy from the Great River Kingdom covered his forehead and looked incredulously at the unconscious young cultivator from the Great River Kingdom on the stretcher. He sighed repeatedly. He had never thought that the first person to be defeated in the examination of the second floor of the academy would be a citizen of his country. The real reason why he was depressed was that he did not know how he was defeated. The envoy walked to the stretcher and asked angrily, "How did climbing up the mountain make him faint?" An academy deacon beside the stretcher answered expressionlessly, "Fainting is a common thing in the academy. He would vomit blood even when climbing up the stairs, let alone climbing up the mountain. Please move aside." The deacon of the academy rudely pushed away the envoy of the Great River Kingdom, carried the stretcher and continued to run to the back of the academy, leaving behind a yellow earthen dragon and a few unclear complaints. "Move aside. Boil the water." The 4 academy deacons carried the second climber back on the stretcher. There were instructors of the academy waiting with ginger soup and medicine. "Move aside. There must be a lot of boiling water today. Don't block the way." The academy deacon returned again with the handle of the stretcher in his hand. Their shouts to clear the way were definitely more colorful than the shouts of the Tang officials when they went out. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuxian could not help but look back at Ning Ke as he recalled the scenes from last year. Ning Ke looked at the 4 deacons running back and forth between the back of the mountain and the front yard and opened his mouth slightly. This scene was very familiar to him and even a little warm. However, the experience of climbing up the stairs last year was after all a pain that made his fingers tremble and his chest and abdomen gave birth to some nausea. His face was slightly pale and he sighed painfully. It's still the four of you. In the area not covered by clouds and mist in the back of the mountain of the academy, the young cultivators on the stone path walked slower and slower. From time to time, someone fainted in pain and was quickly carried away. Xie Qingyun walked in the middle. Although it was difficult, he still persisted. The young monk from the Yueluan kingdom seemed to be relatively relaxed. His tattered frock fluttered in the mountain wind. He walked at the front of the team and looked around from time to time. It seemed that he was not looking for scenery but more like he was looking for a way out. Prince Longqing held his hands behind his back and climbed up the mountain to look at the scenery. He walked leisurely all the way and constantly passed the climbers in front of him. There was no pride or contempt on his face. He was only calm no matter how many people he passed or how many young cultivators he saw by the mountain path. Even when he passed the young monk, he did not look at him with the corner of his eyes. There was a thick fog at the end of the mountain path. The people who stayed in the academy were silent. They looked at the slanting mountain path in the distance, puzzled and shocked by the magic of the mountain path. They wondered what kind of inhibition the academy had set there that could make it so difficult and painful for these outstanding young cultivators from various countries to walk. Ning Ke, who stood in the corner, was also thinking and analyzing. But his focus was not on the mountain path, but the thick fog at the end of the mountain path. Prince Longqing had already arrived in front of the fog. If he wanted to climb the mountain later, he had to at least enter the fog. Since that was the case, no matter how dangerous the sloping mountain path was, it had nothing to do with him. He had to go through it. Prince Longqing came to the front of the thick fog that covered the mountainside. Without any hesitation, he calmly walked in. After a while, the young monk from the Yueluan kingdom, who looked around curiously, also came to the fog. Looking at the clouds and mist in front of him that hid an unknown number of ancient trees and mountain souls of tens of thousands of years old, the young monk, who had always appeared to be indifferent, had an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. He looked at the mist quietly and did not take a step forward. Prince Longqing disappeared in the mountain fog. For a long time, no one else could walk through the stone path at the mountainside and into the fog. Half of the climbers who wanted to enter the second floor of the academy had been carried back by the four deacons. Only Xie Qingyun and a few others were still climbing the lower part of the mountain path with difficulty. As for the young monk from the Yueluan kingdom, who had shown a good state and was placed high hopes by some people, he seemed to have encountered some kind of problem and hesitated to move forward. Looking at the current situation, the people in the academy who were watching the ascent had already made a judgment in their hearts that no one could defeat Prince Longqing. Although this was expected by many, they still could not help but be shocked and speechless when they saw the scene unfold and Prince Longqing's strength that far surpassed his peers. The West Hill Divine Palace is indeed the ancestor of all cultivation sects and a place respected by the common people. The Revelation Institute is indeed a wonderful place of metaphysics in the world. Prince Longqing climbed the mountain with ease. How can others compare to such a celestial being? The envoy of the Yen kingdom looked at his prince who was proud of the crowd and was already extremely proud. He did not forget to turn sideways and flatter the people from the West Hill Divine Palace. Priest Moli slightly stroked his beard with an unusually calm expression. Only the luster deep in his eyes revealed his pride and joy at this time. He said indifferently, Longqing is talented and favored by Haotian divine light. The divine hall has entrusted him with the important task of judgment. Although the academy is also a noble and mysterious place, it is really not enough to boast that he climbed the mountain behind the academy. Although he said it was not enough to boast, everyone knew that it was a compliment. The envoy of the Yen kingdom hurriedly said a few more words and then turned to the Tang officials. He stopped smiling and said indifferently, speaking of which, the Tang Empire has gathered many famous and virtuous officials. Unfortunately, there seems to be no outstanding person in this year's academy. In the eyes of the Yen kingdom, the Tang Empire was undoubtedly a cruel and fierce beast. They had never liked the Tangs. Today they had such a rare opportunity to attack the ambition and confidence of the Tang Empire, so they naturally would not miss it. The envoy of the Yan kingdom did not dare to provoke the prince or the princess of the Tang Empire, so he did not say this out loud. However, he did not deliberately control his voice either. The faint sarcasm floated along with the indifferent and emotionless words. Under the bright yellow umbrella, the Tang officials' faces were extremely ugly. 5 of the 6 students in the course of magic skills in the academy had already been defeated. The only one who continued to climb, Xia Qingyun, was from the South Jin Kingdom. Even if he was a student from the South Jin Kingdom, it seemed that he would not be a match for Prince Long Qing. In this case, the younger generation of the Tang Empire had suffered a crushing defeat in today's mountain climbing test on the 2nd floor. Prince Li Peiyan's expression was somewhat gloomy. He tightly grasped his sleeves and said in a low voice with no expression, "If I had known this would happen, I should have written a letter to Su Shi and asked him to release Wang Jinglu. At least the Tang Empire would not have lost so much face." Sitting beside him, Li Yu glanced at him and said with slight mockery, "Uncle, isn't it because of you that Wang Jinglu was banished to the Defender General of the state?" Li Peiyan glanced at her with a somewhat ugly expression. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, "Why mention this again? Speaking of which, although Jinglu is known to be invincible below the knowing destiny state, Long Qing has already stepped into the knowing destiny state. Even if he comes back, he may not be a match for Long Qing. Is he not as good as Long Qing, or do you not want him to be like Long Qing?" Li Yu's lips curled up slightly and she said mockingly, "Uncle, didn't you come here personally to see Prince Long Qing enter the 2nd floor, so that you can rest assured?" Li Peiyan replied calmly, "You have to know that this is His Majesty's will." Hearing this, Li Yu was silent. Today, when the 2nd floor opened, Prince Long Qing entered first as expected. Although this was an agreement between the Tang Empire and the Westhill Divine Palace, as the princess of the Tang Empire, she could not help but feel extremely unhappy when she thought of the words of the envoy from the Yan Kingdom and saw the unfathomable expression of Priest Moli. However, as previously discussed, Wang Jinglu had not returned, and the students of the academy were not strong enough. Who could win back some face for the Tang Empire? She subconsciously glanced at the silent students of the academy. However, even she herself did not know who she was looking for, or which faces of the students of the academy she was trying to find the last glimmer of hope and brilliance. In the old library in the depths of the academy, the window facing the west had been pushed open. When the spring breeze, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers, entered the building, the figure of a chubby lad appeared by the window. Outstanding young cultivators from all over the world had previously passed by the old library, but neither Prince Long Qing nor the young monk had noticed him by the window upstairs. Chen Pipi's eyes flew over the square eaves of the study room above the wetland and fell on Ning Kei, who was in the dark corner of the stone platform. He took a bite of the cold bun in his hand and mumbled to himself, "How long are you going to wait?" On the meadow outside the academy, Sang Sang had already opened the big black umbrella. She stood in the shadow in silence and occasionally looked up at the dazzling white sunlight in the blue sky to confirm the time. Then she quickly took out the sunscreen lotion from Chenjinji Cosmetics store and sprayed it on her face. Then she spread it evenly with her small hands and rubbed it to the bottom of her muscles. She knew that the test to enter the 2nd floor of the academy was to climb the mountain. She knew that her young master would definitely climb the mountain. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to be anxious. Why must he be the last to set off, and then continuously surpass others along the way to become the first to climb the mountain? This prince is really pretentious and hateful. Chu Yuxian took out the exquisite pastries wrapped in a handkerchief and took a piece for himself. Then he handed the rest to Ning Kei for him to eat. Ning Kei thought to himself, if the last to climb the mountain is pretentious and hateful, then what kind of person am I? At this time, inside and outside the academy, the officials and students of the Tang Empire did not look good. Situilan and the other students of the academy were even more ashamed. Ning Kei looked at everyone's expression and felt the atmosphere. He murmured, "Why don't I try?" His voice was soft, but Chu Yuxian heard it clearly. His hand holding the pastries suddenly froze. He stared at Ning Kei's face and shouted in disbelief, "What did you say? You want to try? Don't tell me you want to climb the mountain?" In the quiet front yard of the academy, Chu Yuxian's exclamation reverberated. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously turned to look at the source of the voice. Ning Kei looked at Chu Yuxian and said helplessly, "Xian, can your voice be louder?" So Chu Yuxian really jumped up and shouted in shock, "You really want to climb the mountain? You really want to enter the second floor?" At this time, everyone inside and outside the academy heard and saw clearly. Countless pairs of eyes turned to the corner and looked at Ning Quebec. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Ning Kei took the pastries from Chu Yuxian and wrapped them in a handkerchief. He smiled and said, "Leave it for me to eat along the way." After saying this, he walked towards the back of the mountain of the academy. "Tomorrow I will return from Fujian to Heilongjiang, and I will be flying vertically across China. I will arrive home at night. If I can write, I will update. If I don't have time, I will write 10,000 words the day after tomorrow. As for the matter of the plot, you can say that I wrote it slowly or that I wrote poorly, but I don't think so. Jiang Yi is the most solid story I've ever written in my entire life. If there was really a need for water, it wouldn't be like this." Again, I'll repeat the words that the brothers and sisters of the Chidian family have repeated countless times. If I could write 10,000 words a day, this plot would naturally be extremely well written and full of flavor. But in reality, I can only write 3,000 to 4,000 words a day. Naturally, it would cause everyone, including me and all of you, to feel somewhat dissatisfied and annoyed. I understand, but I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. Fortunately, this bitter life is coming to an end. Many years from now, I hope that I'll be able to deeply understand how precious these 14 days of bitter wealth were in my life. Finally, I sincerely appeal to everyone to vote for me. Because I am worried that I will not have a chance to get votes tomorrow, I held back a smile for everyone to see. Of course, this paragraph is not counted in the word count. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 153. The hero was always the last one to appear. On the battlefield filled with yellow sand, several deputy generals fought for a long time with knives, but they could do nothing to each other or were beaten back by the other. Then, a silver-robed young general suddenly pulled the reins and rushed over. With a spear, he knocked all the enemies off their horses, and then stood in the wilderness with his spear in hand. The twilight shone on his face, making him look extremely cool and pretentious. In the dark and rainy streets, the underlings of the gang slashed at each other with watermelon knives. The blood was more violent and dense than the rain. From the west to the south, there were dozens of corpses lying messily on the ground. Then, the black-robed Jianghu Bigshot, holding a steel knife, shouted and waved it. It was like a blood dragon, killing from one end to the other. No one could withstand his knife, and no one could survive under his feet. He was extremely powerful. As for why the silver-robed young general and the black-robed Bigshot didn't make a move at the beginning, but waited for their subordinates and underlings to shed blood and be miserable for a long time before they stepped out. Of course, it wasn't because they were like storytellers who habitually procrastinated. Instead, it was because these pretentious criminals knew that only by enduring for a long period of time would they be able to show off their elegance at the end. After the opening of the second floor, many people began to climb the mountain one after another, including Prince Longqing, who had already set off. However, Ning Kei did not move at all. He stood silently in the corner and waited for this moment. He could explain that he did not move because he wanted to observe the young cultivators and analyze the possible problems they might encounter when climbing the mountain. But deep down in his heart, he had to admit that the more important reason was that those climbers who were struggling on the sloping mountain path were not his subordinates, nor were they his deputy generals. He did not care about those people's lives. Since he had no confidence in entering the second floor, why not enjoy the pleasure of being the last to make an appearance? The hero was always the last one to appear. Even if the hero was still the superior and inhumanly perfect Prince Longqing, at least at this moment, the last one to appear was undoubtedly the hero of the moment. Ning Kei's idea was perfectly realized. When he took the pastries wrapped in Chu Yoxian's handkerchief and slowly walked towards the back of the academy, countless pairs of eyes around the courtyard were attracted to his figure. Those gazes were filled with countless complicated emotions. Some were surprised, some were confused, but most of them were confused. It had been a long time since the opening of the second floor. Anyone with eyes could see that Prince Longqing would definitely win today. At this moment, how could someone be so ungrateful as to disturb the solemn and sacred scene of Prince Longqing waiting for him to shine? He seems to be a student of the academy. The envoy of the Great River Kingdom looked at Ning Kei's clothes and frowned. Is he a hidden powerhouse of the academy? The 6 students of the course of magic skills are all on the mountain. 4 of them have already been carried back. Looking at the shocked faces of the instructors, they don't seem to know what's going on either. Among the students of the academy, Zhong Dajuan suppressed his shock and looked at the back of Ning Kei, who was the center of the discussion. He sneered and said, "What is he up to this time? Hasn't he been humiliated enough this year?" Situ Ilan subconsciously took a step forward and clenched her hands in her sleeves. She looked at Ning Kei in front of her, her face full of curiosity and worry. Although she knew that Ning Kei was not as useless and despicable as his classmates said, she really couldn't understand why he wanted to climb the mountain at this time. She also couldn't figure out why he believed that he would have the opportunity to enter the second floor of the academy. Under the broad golden parasol, Li Yu looked at the young man who was not strange, but also not very familiar. She revealed a thoughtful expression. She recalled the scenes on the journey back from the grassland last year, and recalled the old man Liu Qingchen's smile and resolute words. She did not know why she had such strong confidence and hope in him, but she did not know where this confidence and hope came from. Li Peiyan followed her gaze and looked at Ning Kei with a serious and cold expression. As a prince of the Tang Empire, he was very willing to see a young man of the Tang Empire in the academy stand up and win back some face for the empire. But he did not want this event to have too many variables. Priest Moli did not think that Ning Kei was qualified to be a variable. He lightly glanced at him and no longer cared. At this time, Prince Longqing had already entered the thick fog on the mountainside. Perhaps he would succeed in the next moment. In his view, whether this student stood up at this time to play to the gallery or was instructed by someone in the academy, it would only make the Westhill divine glory and the prince more perfect. For those who were not strong-willed and easily shaken, gazes were heavy, especially when there were so many bigwigs around the academy's stone platform. If they gathered on one person, it could even crush a thin student. But for Ning Kei, the gazes of others were the most weightless and powerless existence in the world, no matter how many gazes gathered together. What he was going to do had nothing to do with these people, so the emotions in these gazes had nothing to do with him. The academy professor who was responsible for presiding over the opening ceremony of the second floor stood expressionlessly beside the stone platform. He had already heard the instructor's introduction and knew that Ning Kei was a student of the academy. He also knew the rumors about this person this year. Why? The professor asked. Ning Kei honestly smiled and asked with hands folded in front, not aloud. I didn't hear about the registration time limit you mentioned before. Indeed not. I just heard that you pretended to be sick and gave up the semester exam last year because you were afraid of losing to your competitors. So I don't understand why you want to climb the mountain today. If giving up the exam and climbing the mountain are logically contradictory. Ning Kei looked at the professor and calmly explained, then I dare to climb the mountain today, which means that the rumors in the academy and the accusations against me are all false. Looking at this ordinary student who dared to speak in front of him, the professor smiled slightly. His 2 silver-stained eyebrows fluttered in the spring breeze, and he looked quite happy. But he did not step aside. Instead, he continued to ask with a trace of interest, "But I still want to know why you want to climb the mountain today." Ning Ke answered with a smile, "If those people from the Westhill Divine Palace or the envoys from the Yen Kingdom asked me, I would definitely give them an answer that would shock them all. But since it's you, of course, I have to answer honestly. I want to climb the mountain because I want to." The professor laughed and stroked his white beard. He shook his head and praised, "What a good answer. This is the best answer I've heard in the past few years." Then he curiously asked, "If the people who asked you were those charlatans from the West Hill or those fence-sitters from the Yen Kingdom, how would you answer?" "If they asked me why I want to climb the mountain, would say," Ning Ke smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Because the mountain is there." The academy professor was stunned and his fingers that were stroking his beard slightly stiffened. Then he laughed out loud and looked at Ning Ke as if he was a promising student. He praised, "This is also a good answer. Go." The professor smiled and said, "It's just that the mountain path is dangerous and rugged. If you suddenly feel that you don't want to climb any further halfway, then you can come down. If anyone dares to mock you, I will stand up for you." Ning Ke smiled and bowed deeply to the ground. Then he left. The professor watched him walk into the quiet alley and stroked his beard. He thought that this year's academy students were really not all good-for-nothings and nodded with satisfaction. Ning Ke was very familiar with the road up the mountain, at least he was familiar with the part of the road before going up. The alley, the wetland, the bamboo forest and the small building were all familiar with the scenery along the way. Even the bluestone beside the lake remembered his footsteps. When he came to the old library, he looked up and waved his hand to say hello. The chubby Chin Pippi leaned against the window and waved his hand to the people below. He didn't want Prince Long Qing and those climbers to see him, so they couldn't see him. He wanted Ning Ke to see him, so Ning Ke could naturally see him. "If you really can't climb up, don't try to be brave," Chin Pippi kindly reminded. "Can't you say something auspicious?" Ning Ke looked up at him and said, "How come no one, including you, thinks that I can climb to the top? The mountain road is not so easy to climb." Chin Pippi spread out his plump hands and said sincerely, "What's more, compared with Long Qing, you are really a kitten or a puppy." Ning Ke didn't bother to pay attention to him. He waved his hand and walked to the side of the old library. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped. He turned back and asked unwillingly, "Is there really no back door?" Chin Pippi held the window frame and shouted, "Die." Ning Ke smiled and shook his head. He continued to walk. When he bypassed the old library, he found that there really was a back door. He had spent a whole year in the old library. He had seen the scenery downstairs from upstairs and walked around downstairs. He clearly remembered that there used to be a gray dilapidated wall here, but now there was a door here. Behind the door was a bluestone path with green bamboos on both sides. He gradually climbed up until he slid into the dense forest and grass on the mountainside far away from the bamboo forest. Stepping through the door, Ning Ke walked up the mountain along the path in the bamboo forest. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. The mountain path carried his body higher and higher as he walked. Gradually, he passed the wall below and past the picturesque bamboo forest. When he looked back, he could faintly see the people in the academy in the distance. The mountain path ahead became narrower and narrower. The big bluestone slabs were replaced by smaller stones. There was no bird singing in the forest beside the path. It was strangely quiet. As soon as his right foot stepped on the mountain path paved with fine stones, Ning Ke suddenly frowned and his face instantly turned as pale as snow. An indescribable sharp pain struck his brain from the soles of his feet that were stepping on the surface of the mountain path. The sudden pain made his legs weak and he almost fell down. But he forced himself to support himself on the ground. After a muffled groan, he stood up again and looked to the side of the mountain path. Between the green forest on the side of the road, one could see the cliffs covered in moss. If one looked carefully, one could probably make out that the lines under the thick moss were actually some large characters carved on the stone. However, the strokes of the characters were painted in cinnabar red, and after countless years of wind and rain, they had long faded away. What a powerful psyche power attack. These are also the words left by the divine talisman master. Ning Ke stared at the stone engravings on the cliff in the forest, and his hands hanging beside him slightly trembled. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of invisible steel needles piercing through his soles. If ordinary people encountered such pain, they might have already fallen to the ground and cried out in pain. However, although his face was pale and his hands trembled, he was abnormally clear-headed, as if the pain had no effect on him. Previously in the academy, Ning Ke looked at the mountain path from afar and saw Xie Qingyun and others walking extremely slowly on the mountain path with great difficulty. Although he could not see their expressions, he could vaguely perceive their pain. Then he guessed what kind of inhibition was on the mountain path. But he did not expect that the assessment of the second floor of the academy was so overbearing and barbaric that such a powerful divine talisman was used at the beginning. Now he finally understood why those outstanding young cultivators from all over the world would become puppets on this mountain path and walk so slowly and with great difficulty. Under the wonderful divine talisman on the cliff, any natural environment around the mountain path could become a danger to prevent people from climbing the mountain. You could not avoid it and could only break through by force. Ning Ke frowned tightly and looked at his right foot that had landed on the pebbled mountain path. Suddenly, he smiled nervously and exerted strength in his waist and abdomen. He leaned forward and lifted his left foot that had fallen behind him and stepped on the pebbled mountain path. He stepped heavily and hard, as if he was going to break the mountain path paved with pebbles. Countless invisible needles poked out from the cracks of the pebbles and pierced deep into the soles of his feet through the hard soles of his boots. The instant numbness was quickly replaced by extreme pain, and then it was clearly transmitted into his brain. Ning Ke's face became paler, but his frowning brows gradually relaxed. He took a deep breath as if he enjoyed it, and then waved his hands and continued to walk forward. Intentionally or unintentionally, attentively or stealthily looking at Ning Ke from the corner of their eyes, genuinely concerned or just curious, or with a mocking attitude, when Ning Ke appeared on the mountain path, many people looked at him and began to pay attention to his every move. Seeing Ning Ke step on the mountain path and fall to the ground after taking a step, some people could not help but shake their heads, and some people laughed mockingly. Priest Moli was talking indifferently with the envoy of the Yen kingdom, and it seemed that he did not care about what happened on the mountain path at all. But after seeing Ning Ke fall, he could not help but shake his head contemptuously. After watching for such a long time, he could vaguely guess what kind of inhibition the academy had set on the mountain path. At this time, seeing that Ning Ke was so badly suppressed by the talisman power, he was sure that Ning Ke was at most in the no-doubt state. No-doubt state? It was probably a good level in the academy's course of magic skills. But with such a state, he wanted to make a big splash after enduring for so many days? That was too wishful thinking. Among the students of the academy, Zhong Dajuan pointed at the mountain path and sneered, "Playing to the gallery is just playing to the gallery. He only wants to attract attention, but he doesn't think about how much damage this will bring to the academy's reputation." Situilan could not help but gasp when she saw Ning Ke fall down on the mountain road. Hearing this mockery, she could not help but glare at him angrily. She took Jin Wuxi's little hand and took 2 steps forward, pulling the distance between them and the academy students further. "Your hand is a little cold." Jin Wuxi looked at her worriedly and said. Although the granddaughter of the chancellor was more worried about Xie Qingyun, who was still struggling on the mountain path, she was still worried about her female companion, because it seemed that Ning Ke did not have any chance. "It's okay. I just can't bear to see some people's faces." Situilan glanced at the classmates who were talking behind her and sneered, "Even if Ning Ke can only take 1 step on the mountain path, he is still better than these people who dare not even try." Jin Wuxi looked at the mountain path in the distant forest and said worriedly, "But it seems that Ning Ke can't take a second step." Situilan did not answer her, but just focused on the mountain path, silently cheering for the long-forgotten friend of the academy in her heart. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She pointed to the distance and jumped up, shouting, "Look! Look! Ning Ke is starting to walk." Many people in the academy noticed what happened on the mountain path. They saw Ning Ke climb up with difficulty, paused for a moment, and moved his left foot to take a step forward. Then Ning Ke took the second step, the third step, and the fourth step. Although it was obvious that his body was trembling and his walking speed was very slow, it could be felt that he was walking more and more steadily, as if each step would deeply step into the hard mountain path. Someone among the academy students let out a cry of surprise. A young official from the Ministry of Rights of the Tang Empire stood up and looked at the mountain path, his face full of excitement. He did not know who the young student on the mountain path was, nor did he believe that he could defeat Prince Longqing and climb to the top of the mountain. But he felt that as the young student walked, the previously suppressed pride and confidence returned to him. In the corner, Chu Yuxian, who was taking out the second bag of snacks to eat, opened his mouth wide in surprise, but forgot to put the pastries in. He looked at the figure on the mountain path and suddenly realized that he had never really known him. Li Yu looked at the mountain path and smiled after a moment of silence. Chen Pippi leaned against the window of the old library and looked at the direction of the mountain path. He sighed and said, "You are so cruel. Speaking of which, can you find anyone in this world who is more cruel to himself than you? I don't know, how far can you go? I still don't know." After saying this, he closed the window, and a few green leaves fluttered down. A few green leaves were swept down by the wind, swept over Ning Ke's shoulder, and fell to the ground. The green forest beside the mountain path was made up of many kinds of trees, but this section was mostly made up of bamboo trees. The edges of the bamboo leaves were thin and sharp, looking like pieces of sharp knives. The falling bamboo leaves on the mountain path did not look as sharp as knives, but were really as sharp as knives. With a soft sound, the bamboo leaf that brushed past Ning Ke's shoulder tore his clothes and cut his skin like a sharp knife, leaving a thin wound on his skin. Ning Ke looked at his shoulder, but did not see the tear in his clothes, no blood-stained bamboo leaves, and no bleeding wound. But he knew that it had indeed happened, because he could clearly feel a strong pain coming from his shoulder. He could even clearly feel the extremely unbearable strange feeling brought by the fine hairs left by the bamboo leaves in the wound. He raised his right hand and patted his shoulder, like dusting. Of course, this action could not get rid of the invisible wounds and pain left by the bamboo leaves. But the wonderful thing was that after this action, he felt much more relaxed and continued to walk forward. More bamboo leaves rustled down, brushing past his cheeks, brushing past the front of his robe, brushing past his back, falling on the pebbled mountain path. His clothes were the same as before, but there were many more invisible tears, and countless more unbearable pain for ordinary people. But his face was still the same, just a little paler. A gust of mountain wind blew, and countless bamboo leaves swirled into the air, and then dripped down like a rainstorm. Ning Ke walked in the rain of bamboo leaves, and no longer bothered to pull out the bamboo leaves that were about to fall on his body. He just kept walking in silence, and his bright eyes seemed to see the falling bamboo rain when he killed Yen Suqing in the lakeside house last year. He walked very carefully and forcefully. Every time he lifted his foot, he would step down heavily, and fine dust splashed from the soles of his boots. He ran over the messy bamboo leaves and walked through the pain. When the bamboo rain fell, it was the right time to kill people and climb the mountain. If he started late, he might have some glory, but it would be difficult to catch up. He could only walk alone on the mountain path, with no one in front or behind. Ning Ke was a little thirsty after walking, and his lips seemed to smoke. He wanted to drink some water, and then he heard the sound of flowing water beside the mountain path. Looking up, he saw a very thin clear spring flowing out of a cliff crack beside the path, and formed a puddle in the stone pit below, with a few weeds growing beside the puddle. He did not drink the mountain spring to his heart's content, or pity the weeds. Because the extremely thin spring water suddenly turned into a great waterfall of yellow, muddy white foam, and came crashing down on his face, trying to knock him unconscious on the moss-covered boulder at the bottom of the deep pool. He continued to walk forward, still forcefully and attentively. Every step was frightening and smoky. He walked slowly and firmly through the dense forest along the mountain path, and came to the middle of a meadow in the mountain. Without the shade of trees, the still hot afternoon sun unceremoniously sprinkled down, plated the meadow with a layer of bright red, as if it would ignite everything beside the mountain path. Ning Ke covered his forehead with his hand, looked up at the sky, and let out a tired sigh. Then he noticed from the corner of his eyes that there was a small lake beside the mountain path in front of him, reflecting light like a mirror. The lake was very small, very calm, and clear, and he could see the silent fish swimming in it. There was a light yellow flower growing between the stones beside the lake. A mountain breeze blew gently, and the little yellow flower trembled, looking extremely frightened. There was a slight ripple on the calm lake's surface, and the little fish flicked its tail and disappeared into the stones. An angry sea appeared in front of Ning Quebec. The seawater was extremely blue and almost black, like the ink in the inkstone he was familiar with. The seawater kept rolling, setting off mountain-high waves, making angry roars, and constantly slapping the embankment and him standing on the embankment. His feet were like nails as he stood firmly on the embankment, staring at the ink-colored waves that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Even if his body felt as if it had been hit by a boulder, even if his drenched clothes were torn to pieces by the seawater and then brought back into the sea, he still did not take a step back. Then the sea stood up. The seawater, as dark as ink, stood up like a wall, no, like the earth. The sea cut the sky into two halves, and slowly pressed toward him. In this vertical sea that cut the sky and the earth, one could see a whirlpool larger than a mountain, and could see the silent and helpless seabirds flying around, and could see death. Then the sea fell down. Ning Ke also fell down. He fell heavily on the mountain path, frowned in pain, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The small lake in front of the road was still calm, with only a few ripples. A calm but proud voice came from the depths of the mountain fog. This kind of pride was different from the pride of Prince Long Qing, who pretended to be indifferent. The owner of the voice did not bother to hide his pride, nor did he deliberately show his pride. His pride came from the strength of his heart, which came from his nature, and did not make people feel disgusted at all. It is said that the handwriting on the cliff of the mountain path was engraved by the predecessors of the academy. After the inhibition is opened, those who intend to break through the inhibition will have to endure the pain and power hidden in the talisman, and then the pain and power of the mountain path will be greater. The calm and proud voice continued, "Many years ago, I fought with eldest senior brother. Although you all know eldest senior brother's temperament, and he wouldn't really be ruthless to me, I still couldn't beat him. So, in a fit of anger, I crushed the mold that teacher used to make plum cakes. So, teacher also got angry, and then made a cruel decision to punish me by walking on the mountain path." There were many reasons for the exclamations. Some were amazed by eldest brother's strength, some were amazed by second brother's strength, and he could crush the steel cake mold carved with talismans by the headmaster of the academy with his bare hands. Some were amazed by second brother's audacity to make the headmaster of the academy have no plum cakes to eat. When I walked on the mountain path that year, of course, I caused a much greater movement than this guy. In the end, I only fell to the ground when the Milky Way shattered and meteorites flew everywhere. But it is not easy for this guy to cause the wrath of the sea. Someone in the fog expressed his approval, and someone sighed and said, "But it seems that the more pain he can endure, the more pain he has to endure. This guy is too unlucky." "Unlucky?" someone asked angrily. "Unlucky." That person hurriedly explained. "None of you have seen youngest uncle. Only eldest brother and I have seen him." Second senior brother's mood eased up slightly, and he spoke proudly as if he felt that meeting the youngest uncle was something to be proud of. Youngest uncle once said that fate itself is a very cruel guy. If it wants to choose you to undertake a mission, then before it is sure that you are able to undertake this mission, it will try its best to break every bone in you, strip every bit of your flesh and blood, and let you suffer the most extreme pain in the world. Only in this way can your will and mind be strong enough to be chosen by fate. In the thick fog, someone was talking about his memories, and someone was whispering, now it seems that second brother really admires youngest uncle the most. What's the big deal about breaking every bone? What's the big deal about stripping every bit of flesh and blood? What's the big deal about suffering the most extreme pain in the world? In Min Mountain and on the grassland, which bone of mine hasn't been broken? Which part of my body hasn't been hurt? Ning Ke leaned on the hard mountain path, feeling the edges and corners of the thin stones under his body. He felt that all his bones had been smashed by the sea. But there was no fear in his eyes, only indifference. He struggled to get up with his hands on the ground, raised his sleeves to wipe the blood on his lips, and looked back at the long mountain path he had walked, shouting, last summer in the old library, I read the books you wrote. I saw the needles you hid in the books. I saw the bamboo leaves you hid in the books. I was knocked unconscious by that damn waterfall. I was also swallowed by that stinky sea, but so what? I am still standing here. Last year, I was an ordinary person who knew nothing. None of these could knock me down, not to mention that I am now a genius who has embarked on the cultivation path. It was quiet beside the clear lake on the meadow, and these arrogant shouts kept echoing. No birds flew out of the forest, and no insects raised their heads in surprise. Only the echoes gradually went away, until they disappeared, and then it was quiet again. Those small fish swam out from the stones, wagging their tails, and swam into the sky. Ning Ke suddenly looked up at the blue sky above his head without branches. He smiled and murmured, Master Haotian, you have made me suffer so much these years. So you want to pay me back here? He turned back and walked forward with difficulty while wiping the blood from his mouth and nose. His movements were slow and difficult, and he looked painful and embarrassed, but his face was full of a sincere and happy smile. Suddenly, he thought of something and said with self-blame, Thank God? You should thank yourself first. You are so capable, and these are what you deserve. It was quiet for a long time at the end of the mountain mist. Second brother suddenly sighed and said, although this guy's state is bad and his cultivation is poor, his arrogance is really a bit mischievous. Another faint voice sounded, Second brother, why do I feel that this guy's arrogance is a bit like yours? The sun gradually set in the west. The forest and the mountain path were still bright, but the temperature dropped a little. Ning Ke walked with difficulty while wiping the blood and sweat. He walked very slowly and painfully, but he didn't care, because he had been fleeing since he was 4 years old, especially when he carried Sang Sang across the vast Min Mountain. It made him understand a truth that it didn't matter if he walked slowly. As long as he kept walking, one day he would reach the place he wanted to reach, and he would be able to surpass those who didn't dare to walk on the road. At this time, Ning Ke finally saw a fellow traveler. He glanced at the young man sitting on the road, and his eyes swept over the sword at his waist. He remembered that he had heard from his classmates in the academy that this person seemed to be a swordsman from the South Jin Kingdom, whose power was hostile to Xie Qingyin's family. But he didn't know whether he had anything to do with the Sage of Sword, Lu Bai. Thinking of Lu Bai, Ning Ke couldn't help but think of the words of the female professor in the Sword Forest this morning. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought of the thrilling mountain path. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but he soon dispelled all these regrets. The young swordsman from the South Jin Kingdom, with his face full of pain and horror, fell to the side of the road, holding a small tree with both hands, like a drowning man holding the last piece of wood on the boat. No one knew what kind of mental shock he had experienced on the mountain path. Seeing Ning Ke walk by, the young swordsman from the South Jin Kingdom showed a little bit of shame on his face. He subconsciously gritted his teeth, and gradually showed a resolute expression between his eyebrows, ready to climb up. Ning Ke didn't stop to talk to him, but just walked by in silence. However, he didn't know if it was because of the mental shock he had received today. Those bad habits hidden in his bones since he came to Chang and city began to break out uncontrollably. What if this guy stands up again after being inspired by me? What if this guy can bear the mental shock on the mountain path? What if this guy realizes something in the pain like me, or even directly breaks the realm? Although this kind of small probability event usually only happens to people like Prince Longqing, what if the back of the mountain of the academy is a place to create miracles? Then I've inspired a potential competitor with my perseverance and determination? Ning Ke slowly stopped, feeling that he couldn't let this happen. He turned back to look at the young swordsman from the South Jin Kingdom who was hugging the small tree and trying to stand up with difficulty. He said in the most sincere tone and expression, "If you can't bear it, don't continue. We've just climbed up the mountain, and no one knows what kind of test we'll face later." I saw many people being carried down the mountain on stretchers just now. I heard from the instructor of the academy that 2 of them have received a mental shock that may affect their future cultivation. He raised his hand and pointed to his forehead, saying sincerely, "If you want to continue, of course it's very admirable. But I advise you to seriously consider it." The so-called courage and determination were often things that happened in an instant. If one seriously considered it, then everything would become a bubble. If the thin small tree was the last piece of the ship that the young swordsman from the South Jin Kingdom was hugging in the sea, then Ning Ke's words were the last wave that slapped the ship away. The young swordsman from the South Jin Kingdom glanced at Ning Ke, and after a moment of hesitation, loosened his right hand that was tightly holding the small tree. He sighed and sat back down, lowering his head in pain and sadness. The second person Ning Ke met on the mountain path was the young monk. The young monk was not going up the mountain, but going down the mountain. He was not as embarrassed as the young swordsman from the South Jin Kingdom. When he walked down the mountain path, he had a faint smile on his face, and his tattered monk robe fluttered in the wind, looking quite otherworldly. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Ke could tell that the young monk's state was quite high. Even if it was slightly lower than Prince Longqing's, it was not by much. Looking at his current appearance, it was obvious that he still had some strength left. Ning Ke didn't understand why he would give up. "You're not going?" he asked. The young monk smiled and shook his head, saying, "The fog is not good, so I'm not going." After saying this, the young monk's gaze fell on the bloodstains on Ning Ke's body and face. His handsome brows slightly furrowed, and his smile gradually faded. He asked, "Why are you so embarrassed?" "I'd also like to ask why you're not embarrassed," Ning Ke replied. The young monk looked at him quietly, and suddenly said, "I suddenly feel that you might be a threat to me in the future. I want to kill you before you're strong enough." Ning Ke shook his head, pointed to the end of the mountain path, and said, "This is the academy, and this is the back of the mountain. You don't dare to kill me. Besides, thank you for telling me this. If we meet again next time, I'll try to kill you first. If you want to kill each other, shouldn't you tell each other your names?" The young monk smiled and said, "I'm Wu Dao from the wilderness." Ning Ke smiled and said, "I thought you were a monk from the Yueluan Kingdom, and I have a question that has been bothering me for a long time. It seems that I can't ask you now." The monk Wu Dao smiled and said, "Still want to ask?" Ning Ke tidied up his clothes, and sincerely said, "Zhong Dajuan from the academy." Not long after passing by the young monk, Ning Ke met the third person beside the mountain path. It was the academy teenager Wang Ying who had fallen into a coma. Ning Ke poured a handful of water on Wang Ying's face, and then turned back to look down the mountain path. He thought that the monk must have seen the unconscious teenager when he passed by, but he didn't stop to save him. Sure enough, he was not merciful, and the murder might be true. Among the 6 students of the course of magic skills, only Wang Ying from Linchuan was still persisting on the mountain path except for Xie Qingyan. But the teenager couldn't hold on for too long. Ning Ke glanced at Wang Ying's red face, and knew that he fainted because of the shock. Although he knew how to cure it, he really didn't have the energy and time to go to the valley to pick herbs. He stood up and shouted towards the bottom of the mountain path, "Where are you 4 porters?" Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of clothes fluttering in the woods beside the road. The 4 deacons of the old library carried a simple stretcher and ran over breathlessly. They glanced at the unconscious Wang Ying and explained to Ning Kai, "We were resting just now, so we didn't find it. In addition, we are deacons of the old library, not porters." That person was seriously explaining, and suddenly saw Ning Kai's face clearly. He was shocked and shouted, "Why is it you again?" Ning Kai said angrily, "I have just said this at the foot of the mountain." They were all old acquaintances, so it was natural that they didn't need to explain. A deacon looked at Ning Kai and patted his chest, saying with fear, "Fortunately, climbing the mountain is a one-time business. If you climb the mountain like last year, you will run to death alone." Ning Kai laughed, which affected his injury, and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. "You are bleeding," a deacon kindly reminded. "It's nothing." Ning Kai carelessly wiped off the blood dripping from his lower jaw, and looked at them curiously and asked, "Why can you enter the mountain path?" "We are not cultivators," the deacon explained. Ning Kai called softly, and regretfully thought that if it was this day last year, when he couldn't cultivate, wouldn't it be easy to climb the long mountain path? "Don't dream about it. There are many troubles ahead of us," the deacon reminded. Ning Kai laughed and pointed to Wang Ying, who was still in a coma, and said, "Then I will leave this child to you. I will go first." After saying this, he waved to the 4 acquaintances who had witnessed his climbing career, put his hands behind his back, and continued to climb the mountain while humming a tune. "He talks like an old man, but in fact, he is also a child." A deacon looked at the back of the figure on the mountain path, shook his head, and said with emotion, "I don't know what kind of luck this guy has. He can actually cultivate." A deacon said with a smile, "Think about how miserable he was when he climbed the stairs every day last year. I think it is unfair for a child like him who can bear hardships not to be able to cultivate." At this moment, Wang Ying, who had undergone simple treatment, slowly woke up. He laid on the stretcher and looked at the blurry figure on the mountain path. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, and when he saw clearly, he still could not believe what he was seeing. Wang Ying looked at the figure disappearing into the forest and murmured in shock, "Ning Kai? How could it be him? Why did he come up the mountain? Why is he still humming a song?" Ning Kai's self-composed children's song could be faintly heard from the front of the mountain path. His voice was very hoarse, but it was very powerful, and it was as stubborn as life. "I have a knife, I cut all the grass in the mountain. I have 2 knives, I cut all the heads of my enemies. I have 3 knives, I cut all the unhappy things. I cut you to death with 1 knife. I cut you to death with 2 knives. I cut you to death with every knife." 201112110047 Edit. This chapter was written very well at that time, and it has been carefully revised. This time it can't be revised. I can only shamelessly ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes 1 month later. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 154. When the Tang Empire was founded 1,000 years ago, under the silent attention of Haotian Taoism, 17 countries attacked the Tang Empire and failed miserably. After this battle, the Tang Empire was established as the mighty ruler of the world. Even Haotian Taoism, who represented the divine light to illuminate the world, had to cover its eyes with a piece of dirty cloth and reluctantly admitted this fact. Today, Haotian Taoism was still widely spread in the Tang Empire, but it did not mean that the Westhill Divine Palace had the sacred and supreme status in other countries. Because in the knowledge of the Tang people, the religious institution qualified to convey the will of heaven was called the South School of Haotian Taoism, and it was the deformed product of the war many years ago. Nominally, the South School of Haotian Taoism of the Tang Empire was subordinate to Haotian Taoism, and it was directly managed by the Westhill Divine Palace. From the hierarch priest of the South School to the senior Taoists, they all cultivated Haotian Taoism, and their inheritance also continued from the Southwest. However, in fact, the South School of Haotian Taoism should be counted as a part of the Tang Empire. Countless years of practice proved that, whether it was emotional inclination or position choice, as long as there was a dispute between the Tang Empire and the Divine Hall, all the Taoists of the South School were very firm. They would always stand firmly on the side of the Tang Empire. Because of this reason, some conservative old Taoists in the West Hill Divine Palace always insisted that the South School was a traitor more abominable than the devil's doctrine. For the same reason, the Tang Empire always trusted the South School of Haotian Taoism. Today, the South School divine priest, Li Qingshan, was officially appointed as the nation master of the Tang Empire by His Majesty, and was also in charge of the Imperial Center Administration. The Imperial Center Administration was the institution that the imperial court governed all the cultivators in the Tang Empire, which showed the real relationship between the Tang Empire and the South School. The Taoist temple of the South School of Haotian Taoism was at the South School, not at the South School of Vermilion Bird in Chang and City, but outside the South School of the Imperial City. The black and white Taoist temple was set off by countless green trees, facing the Imperial City from afar. It had a different kind of beauty. It looked calm and gentle, and relatively short, without too much sense of sacredness. In a side hall deep in the Taoist temple, there were two Taoists sitting at the end of the matte dark wooden floor. One of them wore a dark-colored Taoist robe, with a bright yellow belt bestowed by the emperor on his waist. He looked like an enlightened master. He was the imperial advisor of Tang, Li Qingshan. Sitting on the opposite side was a tall and thin old man. The old man was wearing a dirty Taoist robe that was stained with countless oil stains. His triangular eyes, which flickered with obscene light, were a stark contrast. In the face of the lofty Tang nation master, the old Taoist still stared at other places, his feet high, without any sense of respect or awe. Li Qingshan looked at the teacup on the table and said thoughtfully, "The academy is opening the second floor today." "Yes." The old Taoist priest responded. Sensing that something was amiss, Li Qingshan raised his head and happened to see the old Taoist priest staring lecherously at a beautiful, middle-aged female Taoist official who was passing by outside the corridor. The female Taoist official was smiling bashfully and timidly. Seeing this, Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. He looked at the old Taoist priest and said, "Senior brother, when you entered the talisman, you swore to enter Taoism with pure yang and never to be close to women. Since that's the case, why do you still linger in the brothel every night? Why do you always pretend to be a lecherous devil?" The wretched old Taoist was Yen Sei, the only remaining divine talisman master in the South School of Haotian Taoism. Hearing Li Qingshan's words, he shook his head disapprovingly. He stroked his beard and seriously retorted, "Junior brother, what you said is wrong. That year, I was anxious to enter the talisman and made that oath. I regretted it for half of my life. Now I don't dare to break the oath and really get close to women. Why don't I try to be as slutty as possible so that my Taoist heart can be free?" Li Qingshan smiled helplessly. He really had no way to deal with this senior brother who was good at Taoism but preferred to roll around in the mortal world. Then he solemnly said, "After Prince Long Qing enters the second floor, the back of the mountain of the academy will look after him. Our responsibility will be less." Hearing this, Master Yen Sei's expression also became rare to be serious. After thinking for a moment, he said, "That guy is already the number 2 figure in the judicial department at such a young age. He must have a big backer in the Divine Hall. It's best if we don't get involved." The position of the South School of Haotian Taoism had always been a bit awkward. They had to consider the interests of the Tang Empire first. However, the branch of the school was still in the West Hill. They were in the middle of such a gap. Besides, there were those historical love and hatred. Facing Prince Long Qing, the divine son who was specially cultivated by the West Hill Divine Palace, even Li Qingshan himself would feel very tricky if he didn't have the sacred code of the nation master of Tang. As the leader and minister of offerings of the South School of Haotian Taoism, they knew the unfathomable strength of the headquarter altar of the West Hill Divine Palace. So they never thought that Prince Long Qing couldn't enter the second floor. Putting down the cup, He looked at the sky to the south of the Taoist temple and said with emotion, "The academy does not care about worldly affairs, but it secretly checks and balances everything in the world. I have to admit that it has its own strength. As an old Taoist, I know that there are 3 old fellows hiding in the academy." The old fellows in this sentence naturally referred to the respected divine talisman masters. Li Qingshan frowned and said, "I heard that the one who presided over the opening of the 2nd floor of the academy today is a divine talisman master. But we have not found out who he is." "It should be Huang He," Yen Sei said. "After hiding in the academy for so many years, he is probably the only one who has not gotten rid of his mortal heart. I heard that Long Qing suffered some losses in Victory House a few days ago." Li Qingshan suddenly changed the topic and said indifferently, "Although we belong to the same sect and that young man is the focus of Haotian Taoism, as the great divine priest of the South School, I really should not take pleasure in his misfortune. But I don't know why I can't suppress my joy when I hear the news. Every time I talk about it, it is really hard for me to suppress my laughter. The Divine Hall wants Long Qing to take over the throne of the Yen Kingdom." That day when the princess sent the crown prince back, both Mo Li and Prince Long Qing would not miss such an opportunity and would definitely take advantage of it. What's more, Xingjing was with them that day. He said to Yen Sei, "It is a pity that he did not expect that he would be tricked in his best verbal skills." Yen Sei paid more attention to the name of Xingjing. He sighed and said, "Her Majesty and Her Highness are now like fire and water? His Majesty is in the prime of his life. Isn't it too early to start fighting for the throne? Not to the extent of being like fire and water. Since the matter with the imperial astronomer, as far as I can see, Her Majesty has been silent and restrained, while Her Highness is young after all and can't control herself." Li Qingshan shook his head and said, "But this has nothing to do with our Haotian Taoism. They are all favored by the emperor, but Her Majesty has the Prince and Marquis Xiahou behind her. As you said, Li Yu is young after all. Even if she is good at dancing and has a lot of weight in the hearts of the younger generation, the people around her are inevitably young and lack some strength." Li Qingshan nodded slightly and said, "Exactly. I heard that the student of the academy who defeated Prince Long Qing in Victory House is also very close to the princess. But I heard that this little guy called Ning Ke can't cultivate." Hearing the name Ning Ke, Yen Sei slightly raised his eyebrows. He held the empty wine cup for a long time and then said softly, "I have heard of this person. I even investigated him. He really has no potential for cultivation, otherwise I would choose him as my successor." Li Qingshan's expression suddenly became solemn. As the leader of the South School of Haotian Taoism, he knew how difficult it was for a divine talisman master to find a successor and how picky his senior brother was. Looking at his cautious eyes, Yen Sei knew what his junior brother was thinking. He sighed softly and took out a ball of rolled paper from his sleeve and spread it on the table. The thin paper from the House of Red Sleeves of the brothel was full of wrinkles, but it was still not damaged after several months. It could be seen how much Master Yen Sei valued it. This is a note he wrote after drinking. There are no strict rules of writing. The branches are messy, but the strokes are full of meaning. It seems to be messy, but the meaning can be condensed and even emitted. The words have the shape but not the meaning. I have never seen such a way of writing." After a moment of silence, Divine Talisman Master Yen Sei said, "Unfortunately, there is no fluctuation of primordial qi. Being stuck between the cracks requires even more power, and the only people from the southern gate who have a seat in the temple are me and you, senior brother. If what you said is true, if this academy student is really qualified to be your successor, you should know how important it is for our South School." Nation Master Li Qingshan looked at Yen Sei seriously and said in a low voice, "We have to confirm whether he can cultivate or not." Yen Sei looked at the blue sky and drifting clouds outside the hall and shook his head slowly. He said, "No need to check again. Although the little guy is born with talisman, he really can't cultivate. What a pity." Li Qingshan frowned and said, "This is very important. Check again." The military ministry, Xiao Lu, the teachers from the academy, and your disciple have all confirmed that he can't do it. Yen Sei looked at him and said after a moment of silence, in fact, I was also not satisfied. I secretly went to check later, but the result was the same. It was a simple sentence, but it was unknown how much regret the old Taoist had for not having a successor. Li Qingshan was silent for a long time. He flicked his sleeve and said, check one last time. A young Taoist with a yellow paper umbrella under his armpit walked up to the two of them and knelt down respectfully. He placed the yellow paper umbrella beside him and took out a stack of files from the Imperial Center Administration. Then, he lowered his head and reported in a low voice, last summer, there was a report saying that a cultivator appeared in a casino in Southern City. After investigation, that person should be Ning Quebec. The room was in dead silence. Yen Sei's thin beard rose without a sound. He slammed the table heavily like an old and crazy tiger, and shouted angrily, that night, I asked you to investigate. What did you tell me? Uncle, the young Taoist answered inexplicably, the result was that Ning Kei's acupoints were blocked and he couldn't cultivate. Since your uncle asked you about this, why didn't you tell him about the report from the Imperial Center Administration? Li Qingshan looked at his disciple coldly. The young Taoist explained in a low voice, that young man has a special identity, so, what's special? That Ning Kei seems to know Qi 4. Then? Qi 4 is Chao Xiaoshu's man. Then? Chao Xiaoshu is His Majesty's man. The young Taoist raised his head and looked at his master and uncle. He said in a low voice, if Ning Kei is His Majesty's man, the Imperial Center Administration must keep silent. Yen Sei didn't seem to hear him at all. He just stared at the files on the table. His old lips moved slightly and he murmured, that boy can really cultivate? How is it possible? His acupoints are obviously blocked. Li Qingshan noticed that the veins of his senior brother's right hand were bulging and slightly trembling. He knew that he must be emotional at this time and couldn't control himself. Senior brother. Yes. The two top bigwigs of the South School of Haotian Taoism looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They nodded slightly. Li Qingshan said in a low voice, as long as we can confirm that Ning Kei is really qualified to be your successor, we, the South School of Haotian Taoism, must snatch him to be your successor, no matter he is His Majesty's man or the princess's man. The door of the old brush pen shop on Lin 47th Street was smashed open by someone. The neighbors who wanted to fight for justice subconsciously kept silent when they saw the yamen runners surrounding the door of the old brush pen shop, as well as the dangerous officials. Nation Master Li Qingshan broke into the old brush pen shop with Yen Sei. They didn't see Ning Kei, but they saw two pieces of calligraphy hanging on the wall. Good calligraphy. Yen Sei expressed his opinion in a concise and clear manner. Afterwards, he looked at Li Qingshan and said, if I said I was 60% confident before, I'm 80% confident now. If I can see his greed and thirst for brush and ink, then I'm 10% confident. Li Qingshan frowned and asked, how sure? If I can feel his hunger and thirst for writing. Yen Sei stared at his eyes and said solemnly, you must give him to me. I am sure that there will be one more divine talisman master in the South School of Haotian Taoism after 10 years. Before going out, the respected divine talisman master looked around at the unsightly scented goods and said with emotion, who would have thought that in such a small bookstore in such a shabby street, there is a talented calligrapher of talisman Taoism? Hearing this, Li Qingshan vaguely thought of one thing. He suddenly turned around and looked at the two authentic works of Ning Kei on the wall of the old brush pen shop. He suddenly raised his eyebrows. Outside the imperial study of the imperial palace, the little eunuch Lu Ji bowed respectfully and said, reporting to Nation Master, His Majesty is discussing the war of Yen Kingdom with the ministers in the court meeting. His Majesty said before the tea and porridge that since Nation Master rarely wants to appreciate calligraphy, please come in, but don't mess up the bookshelves. Hearing this, Li Qingshan opened the door of the imperial study without hesitation. Yen Sei stared at the paper scroll that was spread out, looking at the words, "Flowers bloom on the other shore," vividly written on it. His aged face gradually revealed an expression of endless joy and admiration. Li Qingshan looked at him seriously and asked, "Senior brother, do you see the hunger and thirst?" Although the style is completely different from that of the chicken soup calligraphy, I can confirm that it is written by the same person. Yen Sei said in a trembling voice, "As for the hunger and thirst, I can see that when he wrote this, he was as greedy as a fox that hadn't eaten chicken for 800 years. The young Taoist glanced aside and asked confusedly, "I have seen the double-hook copy of this calligraphy in the mansion of the old chancellor." The old chancellor said that these 5 words are full of vigor and spirit, without a trace of weakness and emptiness. It is hard to find in the world. In this case, why do you say it is hungry and thirst? You know nothing. Yen Sei scolded with his hair covering his face. Only when you are unbearably hungry and thirsty can you hold the brush and write to your heart's content. How can you write so full of vigor and spirit? The young Taoist hesitantly stepped back. Li Qingshan stared at Yen Sei's eyes and suddenly asked, 100%? Yen Sei looked back at his eyes and said forcefully, 100%. Li Qingshan waved his sleeve and laughed. The green leaves in the imperial garden were flying. Yen Sei gently stroked his thin beard and laughed enchantingly. The paper and brush in the imperial study shook slightly. Find him. He is not at home. He is a student of the academy. Today the second floor is opened. Of course he is in the academy. He can't cultivate. What does the opening of the second floor have to do with him? The problem is that he can cultivate now. That is why we are in a hurry to find him. That makes sense. You go or I go. If I go, it will be too noisy. If the academy finds out his ability, it will not be good. Then I go. The nation master and the minister of offerings became happier as they talked. The young Taoist looked at the 2 elders who were excited and wanted to say something but stopped. Whether in the Southern Gate Temple or in the Imperial Center administration, his duty was to make up for the mistakes of his seniors. Therefore, although he was scolded repeatedly today and knew that his words would affect the mood of the 2 elders, he still had to say it. Master, uncle, since Ning Ke can cultivate, he will definitely try to enter the second floor. If he enters the second floor, what should we do? Li Qingshan and Yen Sei suddenly stiffened. After a while, they thought of something and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time with some lingering fear. Li Qingshan stared at the young Taoist and scolded, "What a fool! Even if he can cultivate, can he beat Prince Longqing? Of course he can't enter the second floor." Yen Sei shook his head and sighed, "I was worried about the divine son of West Hill. Now that I think about it, I have to thank him for directly cutting off Ning Ke's hope of entering the second floor." Li Qingshan took out a token from his yellow belt and handed it to Yen Sei. He said solemnly, "Don't let those old guys in the academy find out. If anyone dares to stop senior brother except the academy, you can punish them directly. You don't even have to use the name of the Southern Gate." Yen Sei took the token and looked at him with interest. He asked, "How?" "Whatever you want. Including Emoli and Longqing?" "Of course." The young Taoist interrupted again with a bitter smile. "Master, uncle, those 2 are sent to Chang and by the West Hill Divine Palace. It's fine if we don't take the initiative to cooperate with them. But if we go against them, I'm afraid it will be unreasonable." "What's wrong with that?" Yen Sei glared at him and waved his old and smelly Taoist robe. He shouted, "I have lived for 80 years and finally found such a successor. Who dares to stop me?" Li Qingshan said in a cold voice, "Senior brother, you must bring him back. The future hope of the South School of Haotian Taoism lies in him. If anyone dares to stop you, kill them all." Outside the imperial study, the little eunuch Lu Ji had been eavesdropping on the impassioned conversation of the Taoist priests. It was not accurate to say eavesdropping. For those Taoist priests with wonderful skills, none of his actions could be hidden from them. But they did not care. Lu Ji glanced at the closed door of the imperial study and then at the direction of the Palace of Council. He thought to himself, that guy's identity is finally going to be exposed. This is the last chance for both Commander Su and myself. Having made up his mind, he didn't care much anymore. He quickly ran towards the direction of the conference hall with his slender legs, thinking that he had to tell His Majesty before the Nation Master did. However, he didn't know how to explain himself in front of His Majesty. Great news, Your Majesty. The author of The Flower Blooms on the Shore has finally been found. His name is Ning Quebec. Ning Ke did not know that the Tang Nation Master and a Divine Talisman Master regarded him as the only hope to change the embarrassing and fatal situation of the South School of Haotian Taoism with no successor. They wanted to sweep away all the bad guys and snatch talents and wanted to take him as a disciple even if they cried. He also did not know that the calligraphy he wrote in the imperial study last year, which had been in various copies in the homes of the ministers for several months, was about to jump out of the sea. Later, the high and mighty Emperor of Tang might hold his hands with tears in his eyes, sobbing that he had been looking for him for a long time, and then reward him with thousands of acres of fertile land and numerous beautiful maids. He did not know these things. He was still struggling to walk on the mountain road in the back of the mountain of the academy. He only knew that the damn mountain road was getting harder and harder to walk. He only knew that there was a wooden bridge in front of the mountain road, and several mountaineers were standing on the bridge. Those mountaineers were either leaning against the tree or the bridge, looking tired and gloomy. One of them looked at the seemingly endless mountain road and sat down slowly on the ground, pale and desperate. It was Xie Qingyun. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 155. Along the way, the stone characters carved on the shore wall turned the surrounding environment into a waterfall with thousands of needles and leaves, which caused great harm to Ning Ke's body and spirit. In this kind of simulated natural confrontation, the tougher he was, the more terrifying the power of the stone characters would be. Although he had not fallen down at this point, his body was already extremely weak. He raised his arm, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked towards the bridge. After crossing the small bridge, the invisible but omnipresent pressure suddenly disappeared. Knowing that he had finally passed the first test, he subconsciously looked back at the long mountain road and sighed with lingering fear. Two young cultivators sat on the mountain path at the end of the bridge. Their expressions were dim, even in despair. Even when they heard Ning Ke's footsteps, they did not look up at him. It was as though this world had no meaning to them. Ning Ke walked up to them and looked at their expressions. He suddenly said seriously, "It's not shameful to give up when you should." When passing by Xie Qingyun, he didn't stop and didn't talk to the academy's favorite scholar. Xie Qingyun's eyes moved from the pair of feet on the mountain road to the back of the figure that continued to move forward. A faint perplexed color appeared in his eyes. He felt that the figure was somewhat familiar, but there were some things that he could not understand. Ning Ke knew that the mountain road behind the bridge was still weird. Otherwise, the three climbers, including Xie Qingyun, would not sit on the bridgehead and lean against the tree in despair. But he did not stop to observe or do anything else, but went straight up. The winding mountain path was difficult to see the end. He lowered his head and walked in silence, following the green stone path that divided the spring flower forest into two halves. He made several turns, passed several lakes, crossed several flower fields, and climbed over a precipitous stone cliff. The mountain path that slanted upwards suddenly slanted downwards. He passed several flower fields, passed several lakes, and made several turns. Then he looked up and saw the wooden bridge, the tree at its end, and the three gloomy climbers. The winding mountain path was clearly heading up the mountain, but in the end, it turned back to the original point. It was somewhat like the legendary ghost wall in the forest. A cool breeze gradually rose in the forest at the end of the bridge. The twilight was getting colder, and there was an inexplicable sense of eeriness. There was neither shock nor fear on Ning Kei's face. He just stared blankly at the tree at the end of the bridge and the person under the tree for a while. Then he turned around and looked at the mountain path that he had already walked through and closed his eyes silently. After seeing the scene at the bridgehead, he thought of a certain possibility: this mountain path would bring people back. The reason was very simple. Even if there was a bottomless abyss or a soul-devouring evil beast in front of the mountain road, the three climbers, including Xia Qingyun, might not be able to climb up, but there was no reason for the three of them to give up climbing at the bridgehead. Moreover, the expressions on their faces did not seem to be tragic after some kind of torment, but more like a kind of futility of being lost. The question was, why would the mountain path behind the bridge bring people back to the original spot? This was the problem that Ning Kei needed to solve now. He closed his eyes and stood silently under the mountain path behind the bridge. His hand stretched out of his sleeves and gently felt the aura in the wind. The seemingly forward mountain path could only bring people back to the original spot. If the secret could not be solved, then the climbers could only walk up the mountain path again and again in vain, and then walk back to the original spot again and again in despair. The three low-spirited climbers at the bridgehead finally gave up in such a boring and desperate cycle. At this time, they saw Ning Kei, their companion, standing in front of the mountain path and thinking that he would try to walk up the mountain path again like they did before, and then walk back a moment later with a perplexed look. They could not help showing sympathy and some sarcasm on their faces. There was no sympathy, pity, or sarcasm on Xia Qingyun's face. Ning Kei was not shocked by this magical mountain path, but when he saw clearly the appearance of Ning Kei walking back from the mountain path, he was suddenly shocked speechless. After the entrance exam of the academy, Xia Qingyun had always regarded Ning Kei as his strongest opponent in the days of continuous climbing. However, after the semester exam, he confirmed that he had overestimated this young soldier from the border town. In the following time, Ning Kei was excluded and neglected by the academy students. Although he did not add insult to injury, he had indeed forgotten this former opponent. When the second floor of the academy opened, his goal was Prince Long Qing. He even thought that there would be many other strong opponents in the course of the exam, but he just did not think of Ning Quebec. Because he thought that he had defeated Ning Kei, then why should he pay more attention to him? What qualifications did a defeated opponent who had fallen in front of him have to distract him? Until today at the bridgehead, when he saw the figure on the mountain path and Ning Kei walking down the mountain path, his heart suddenly tightened. Only then did he realize that he had not defeated Ning Kei at all, and even maybe he had never seen this classmate clearly. Xia Qingyun had personally experienced what kind of pain the mountain path at the other end of the bridge would bring to the climbers. At this moment, he could naturally think that a person who could survive that part of the mountain path, how could he call himself sick and give up the exam just because of a bet? A more saddening inference appeared in his heart. In the past 6 months in the academy, Ning Kei did not make any excuses and did not try to challenge him again. Perhaps it was not because he was guilty, but because he did not pay attention to him at all. Looking at Ning Kei, who bowed his head and pondered under the mountain path, Xia Qingyun struggled to stand up with the help of the tree. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Ning Kei and said, "The mountain path is fake. The primordial qi is flowing naturally, and it is impossible to find the passage. You can't pass it." Ning Kei opened his eyes, but did not turn back or answer. He just stared at the mountain path in front of him. In the past year, he had read too many books on cultivation in the old library. When it came to the breadth of vision, neither Xia Qingyun nor others could be compared with him. After walking around the mysterious mountain road just now, he judged that the mountain road had been set with a tactical formation, which was closely integrated with the cliff and road stones. Because of its harmony, it was powerful. It was a pity that tactical arrays, like talisman Taoism, were the most complicated and difficult skills to learn in the cultivation world. Even Chen Pipi did not know much about them. Ning Kei had only read some books and knew some basic knowledge of tactical arrays. He had not even learned a little bit, let alone breaking an array. Ning Ke thought for a while and put his hands hanging outside his sleeves in front of his chest. His fingertips crossed each other to make a mind bridge. He urged his psyche power to output through the snow mountain and ocean of qi, feeling the fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth in the mountain path, and then slowly walked up. After a long time, Ning Ke's figure appeared on the mountain path again. There was still no expression on his face. After walking to the bridgehead, he continued to look back at the sloping mountain path in a daze. Previously, when he walked the mountain path, his main purpose was to feel the fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth in the mountain path and try to find a passage outside the tactical matrix. However, he found that the tactical matrix on the mountain path was really magical. When climbers tried to use their psyche power to control the qi of heaven and earth to feel the passage outside the tactical matrix, once the qi of heaven and earth moved by climbers came into contact with the tactical matrix, it would automatically cause some very subtle changes in the tactical matrix. These seemingly subtle changes were like cliffs to climbers. What was more magical was that the more powerful the climber's psyche power was, the more abundant the qi of heaven and earth they could control. Once they touched the tactical array, the fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth covering the real mountain path would be more violent and directly destroy the passages the climbers had just touched. That was to say, the more powerful the person's psyche power was, the more abundant the qi of heaven and earth they could control, and the easier it was for them to find the real mountain path hidden in the tactical array. At the same time, they would quickly change the tactical array and cover the real mountain path again. If a climber wanted to pass through the mountain path covered by the formation, there were only 3 ways. First, you had to be fast enough. When you found the real mountain path, you had to turn into a flash of lightning and fly over before the formation was triggered. Second, your state was high enough. You didn't need to use the qi of heaven and earth to touch and feel. You only needed to use your psyche power to see through the tactical array and see the flow of the primordial qi in the mountain path, and then find the road. Third, your psyche power was strong enough to control the qi of heaven and earth to accurately feel the passages in the tactical array. But at the same time, you had to ensure that the qi of heaven and earth could not be sensed by the tactical array and change it. There must be cultivators who could trigger faster than the tactical array, such as those legendary sages who entered the limitless state. But that person was definitely not Ning Quebec. There must be cultivators who had a high enough state to see through the tactical array, such as Prince Long Qing who had entered the fog on the mountainside. But that person was definitely not Ning Quebec. For Ning Ke and the cultivators at the bridgehead who were lost and desperate, they could only choose the third way. But if they analyzed it carefully, they would know that the third way was basically impossible. They were like blind people who could not see. The primordial qi that formed the tactical array on the mountain path was like a maze made of something softer than cream. A blind person could only use his hands to touch the cream walls. He had to touch them carefully and attentively to find the passage of the cream maze. At the same time, he could not let the cream walls change shape. Because once they changed shape, the maze would change again. To do all this, the blind person had to have the most gentle hands in the world. This pair of gentle hands could catch the wind in the forest without the wind knowing, take off the clothes of a woman on the bed without the woman waking up, and brush the ink and sweat in the inkstone without a speck of black. For cultivators, this pair of gentle hands was the qi of heaven and earth that their psyche power could mobilize. They had to ensure that the qi of heaven and earth they mobilized was accurate and gentle enough to control the fine needles to embroider, to make the flowers stick to the bees, and to make the bees dance on the tips of the needles. Only in this way could they try to do what they wanted. However, which cultivator in the world would be so bored to the point that he had to forcefully mobilize the qi of heaven and earth to make the qi of heaven and earth weak and gentle, and then spend so much effort to practice embroidery that was not beneficial to cultivation? The person who set up the tactical array on the mountain path must be an old pervert. Ning Ke looked at the winding mountain path in front of him and made a judgment of the tactical array master of the academy in his heart. Then he put his hand into his bosom and touched the extremely thin and cool pile of things. He thought silently, but I seem to be a pervert too. Just like when he was on the mountain path on the other side of the bridge, he sighed when he looked at the sky with slightly wet eyes. These years of hardship seemed to have become a gift from Lord Haotian today. Normal cultivators absolutely could not use the third method to pass the mountain path, but Ning Ke seemed to be able to use it. Although he might not be able to pass, at least he maintained that wonderful possibility. Since he was very young, Ning Ke would constantly meditate whether he was eating, sleeping, in a daze, or writing, as long as he had time. However, he did not open the acupoints of Snow Mountain and Ocean of Qi, and the psyche power obtained from meditation had been accumulated in his sense of perception. As time went by, it accumulated into a vast lake. Until last year, he finally opened the acupoints, and it became his biggest support. With such a strong psyche power, only an idiot would deliberately make the qi of heaven and earth that he could mobilize weak and gentle. Ning Ke did not want to, but he was different from other ordinary cultivators. He could not cultivate, but his fate was changed by several adventures. In the end, the ocean of qi and mountain of snow in his body only barely opened 10 acupoints, and the qi of heaven and earth that he could perceive was pitifully little. Because it was little, it was gentle. As for manipulating the qi of heaven and earth to do embroidery, this seemingly perverted and boring action was in fact what Ning Ke had been doing every night in Lin 47th Street for the past 6 months. The qi of heaven and earth that he could manipulate was too little. He knew that it was extremely difficult to win in a battle with this, so he increasingly wanted to control it more meticulously. Under the candlelight every night, under the curious gaze of Sang Sang, the lad who had finally stepped into the cultivation world kept meditating and sensing the qi of heaven and earth in the room. He controlled the leaves, the wooden basin, the candlestick, the brush, the black, the paper, the inkstone, the toilet, and everything else. Until today, he had always been stuck in the no-doubt state and had not yet found his natal item. He still could not control the flying sword to fly randomly like those sword masters and kill people invisibly in the air. But he could control the hundreds of fallen leaves under the tree in the courtyard to fly to the stove and pile up into a hill. He could control the wooden basin to move from one end of the bed to the other end of the bed like a fat doll, which made Sang Sang applaud excitedly. He could control the brush to fall slowly into the inkstone and then lift it up to write clumsily on the paper like a beginner. Ning Ke practiced silently and painstakingly just like when he learned to kill beasts and people in Min Mountain. He practiced controlling the qi of heaven and earth as if he had waved the knife tens of thousands of times. The fallen leaves flying in the courtyard, the water flowing in the room, the ink spilling on the desk and the white wall, the stench of the overturned toilet, and the sweat of Sang Sang when she cleaned up the mess were all his proofs. This method was very bitter, which was the meaning of painstaking practice. This method was very clumsy, which was the meaning of hard work to make up for. This method was very perverted, which ordinary people could not think of, let alone do. That was why even God was moved by it. Xia Qingyun leaned against the tree and looked at Ning Ke under the mountain road. He said bitterly, Ning Ke, I don't know why you have been hiding your strength. Maybe you look down on me, but I can see that you are the same as me, in the no-doubt state. Only those in the see-through state can master the law of the fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth. You want to walk through this mountain road, unless there is a miracle. Before entering the academy, Mistress Jian once told me that the academy is a place to create miracles. Ning Ke took out a thin layer of silver foil from his arms, tore it into countless pieces with his palms, and then sprinkled them in front of him. The mountain wind blew from the valley under the bridge and whistled through the mountain path, blowing those thin and seemingly weightless pieces of silver foil in all directions. They fluttered like countless silver leaves and then fell silently on the mountain path. It is a miracle that I am alive, so I will make it a miracle every day I am alive. After saying this, Ning Ke looked at the clear silver road in his sense of perception and stepped up. When he walked up the mountain road, he seemed to be in high spirits, but then his movements became strange and clumsy. He lowered his body, squatted down very slowly against the tree, and then carefully moved 2 steps forward. Then he put his right hand into the cliff, turned back with difficulty, and took another step forward. People in the academy looked at the sloping mountain road in the twilight, and suddenly someone exclaimed, "I see it, it is Ning Ke." Someone sneered and said, "What is he doing? He lifts his leg. Is he going to lie on the ground and crawl through a dog hole?" Zhong Dajuan gently waved his folding fan and sneered, "He is really good at crawling through a dog hole to escape." Ning Ke was the last to climb the mountain, but he actually held on for such a long time, which had already exceeded most people's expectations, especially those academy classmates who thought they knew him well. They were even more shocked, and inevitably envied and hated him. Chang Jingming frowned slightly, looking at Ning Ke, who was struggling to move forward on the mountain road. His movements seemed extremely ridiculous, and suddenly remembered his conversation with Ning Ke in the academy last year. He muttered to himself, "I don't know how long he can hold on. He is just a brute." Zhong Dajuan snapped his folding fan and said bitterly. Situilan turned her head to look at him, and then coldly looked around at the classmates with complicated expressions. She sneered and said, "He has surpassed the 6 students in the course of magic skills, and is the rightful number 1 in the academy. Are you still not convinced?" The academy students were silent. On the sloping mountain road, Ning Ke's psyche power spread out of his body, mobilizing the thin chi of heaven and earth to sense the silver foil fragments scattered on the mountain road, and then used the silver foil to find the channel of the tactical array in the most gentle way. Ning Ke had not been able to determine his natal item, but there was no doubt that in this world, besides Sang Sang, the thing that could resonate with his psyche power the most was still silver. Because exchanging gold required the official notarization, he had not tried gold yet. With the help of the silver foil, he squatted down, got up, and climbed obliquely on the quiet mountain road clumsily. However, at least he was not taken back to the bridgehead by the mountain road again. Xie Qingyun stood at the bridgehead and looked at the mountain road with a perplexed expression. He could not figure out what method Ning Ke had used to surpass him and walk on the mountain road that he could not pass no matter how hard he tried. Looking at the comical figure that was getting farther and farther on the mountain road, he could not help but think of the lonely figure that he could occasionally see on the meadow in the past 6 months when he and Wuxia walked by the lake, the figure that was forgotten by the academy for half a year. He thought of his pride after the semester exam, and the figure that disappeared in the rain-shielding corridor. He clutched his right chest tightly and looked at Ning Ke at the end of the mountain road, shouting painfully and unwillingly, "Ning Ke, you can't surpass Prince Long Qing." He has been in the fog for a long time. Ning Ke's figure disappeared at the turn of the mountain road. Xie Qingyun stared at that place blankly. A voice sounded at the turn. "At least I have surpassed you." Xie Qingyun clutched his chest and fell under the tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Among the clouds on the top of the mountain, second brother, Ning Ke, is about to enter the fog. Has he passed the wooden door? No. He has a hard time in the wooden door. He can't remember it unless he is in the upper state of see-through. This thing can't be done by luck. Ning Ke has been reading books in the old library for a year, but he still can't remember it. The words on the stone are deeper than the ink on the paper. 1 degree deeper means 1 more world. He can remember books in the old library, but he can't remember the stone. Ah. Second brother, is there a back door in the wooden door? Pippi. Yes, second brother, I know I was wrong. How many steps has Prince Long Qing walked in the fog? He has walked through 4,102 stone steps. Didn't he rest? No. He has walked to the age of 12 so quickly. It seems that those old Taoists in West Hill really have some skills. Ning Ke walked through the winding mountain path and picked up a thin piece of silver foil that had flown the furthest. Then he looked up and saw that the mountain path in front of him was faintly hidden in the thick fog on the mountainside, with no end in sight. And in front of the fog, there was a wooden door. He walked in front of the wooden door and saw a wooden sign with 3 words written on it. A gentleman doesn't. Ning Ke frowned slightly and looked at the blank space on the wooden plate. Then he looked at the powder stone under the wooden plate and guessed that it was for him to fill in the blank. What was the 4th word? Not far from the wooden door, he saw a stone. There were 4 deep words carved on it. A gentleman doesn't use tools. So simple. He shook his head in surprise and then turned back to the wooden door. However, when he picked up the powder stone and wanted to write the 4th word, he was shocked to find that he had forgotten what the word was. Picking up the pen, he forgot the words. His fingers holding the powder stone stiffened. He walked back to the stone with the words carved on it and looked at them quietly. He immediately guessed what the test of the wooden door was. In this world, it would be difficult to find someone who was more familiar with this kind of situation than him. He had been fighting with the books on the 2nd floor of the old library for a whole year since he entered the academy. Look at my great 8-strokes calligraphy of Yong. Ning Ke picked some withered branches from the roadside and placed them according to the word on the stone. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to decompose the memory in his sense of perception. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and smiled like an idiot. You are really an idiot. After saying this sentence full of self-blame, his right hand reached for the stone. In the fog on the top of the mountain. Second brother, Ning Ke passed the wooden door. How could it be? That idiot's 8-strokes calligraphy of Yong could solve the wooden door raining stone? He didn't use that method. Then how did he remember that word? First, he tried to dig out the stone directly. Idiot, the stone is connected with the mountain. How could he dig it out? Ning Ke found that he couldn't dig it out, so he directly pressed his palm on the stone and printed the word on his palm. What? Then, he walked to the wooden door and copied the handprint on his palm. There was silence in the mountain fog. Then someone sighed and said, "This method is really ingenious." Second brother, did you also do this when you walked on the mountain road? What do you mean by originality? This is opportunistic. Do I look so shameless? Is Ning Ke the first person in the history of the academy to open the wooden door in this way? Second brother's voice sounded again after a long silence. No. Then who is it? Eldest brother. Eldest brother was enlightened at the age of 13, and then entered the no-doubt state at the age of 30. Then he went straight to the see-through and knowing destiny state. 17 years were not enough for him to open the wooden door. During those 17 years, eldest brother used this method every time he went up and down the mountain and passed by the wooden door. Ning Ke picked up the powder stone and opened his left hand. Looking at the red lines on his palm, he began to meticulously write on the wooden plate of the wooden door. Although the words on the stone became reversed on his palm, it was not a problem for him who was proficient in calligraphy. The word tool was neatly written on the wooden sign. Just as the small opening on the bottom right of the word was sealed by the powder, a wisp of green smoke instantly rose from the wooden sign that had the words, "A gentleman is not a tool," written on it. Ning Ke took a step back and saw that the 4 words on the wooden plate became 3 again, and the last word, tool, disappeared. With a squeak, the wooden door slowly opened in front of him. The mountain road behind the wooden door rose straight into the thick fog on the mountainside. It was much steeper than the mountain road in front of it, and it was all composed of stone steps. It was unknown how many steps it would take to climb to the top of the mountain. Ning Ke should have walked directly to the back of the wooden door, but he could not suppress his curiosity. He looked back at the stone beside the road and saw that the words on the stone had changed. It was no longer, "A gentleman is not a tool," but "A gentleman is not confused." I don't know what Prince Long Qing saw. He curiously thought, walked through the wooden door, walked up the steps, and disappeared in the thick fog on the mountainside. It was quiet in the academy, not even a bird or a person. An academy student was slightly pale. He looked at the mountain and murmured, "Luck, it must be luck." Zhong Dajuan tightly held the handle of the folding fan and said in a hoarse voice, "This guy, how many things has he hidden? He is too insidious." No one paid attention to them, including Situilan. Everyone in the academy looked at the mountain and the mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. Although they could not see the figure of the academy student, they still looked over there. The academy student was the second one to walk into the mountain fog. Some people even began to guess that maybe the guy could reach the top of the mountain before Prince Long Qing. 7,000 words. Writing and reading should be relaxing and happy things. I'm having fun writing now. For example, the last 3 chapters, especially the part about opening the wooden door today, I'm having fun while writing. I hope everyone can have fun reading it. I'll work hard. Please give me your recommendation votes and monthly votes to encourage me. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 156. As soon as he walked into the clouds on the mountainside, Ning Ke heard the sound of horse hooves behind him. The memories of fear that had been buried deep in his heart all these years suddenly awakened with the familiar sound of hooves, and then uncontrollably spread out, instantly occupying his entire body, causing his body to become incomparably stiff. He bit the tip of his tongue hard and used his extremely strong willpower to break free from the fear. He forced himself to turn his body and look back. The mountain path that should have been shrouded in the thick twilight had disappeared, and the clouds and mist had also disappeared. When they looked back, they saw a magnificent city standing between heaven and earth, a huge shadow blocking the official road to the north. On the official road, dozens of black armored cavalries were galloping over. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, and the surface of the official road slightly shook. Pedestrians hurriedly avoided them. Ning Ke hid behind the table and chair in the tea shop, staring blankly at the cavalries galloping into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed that he was much shorter than the warhorses and the pedestrians on the road. He looked down and saw only a small shoe on his foot. His left foot had been pricked by a stone on the road and was bleeding. After leaving Chang'an, he followed the travelers all the way to the north. After being asked twice by those curious Tang citizens, he discovered the danger and quietly left the crowd one night. In the wild, he did not encounter any beasts. He could pick up fruits and fill his stomach, although hunger would always accompany him. When he came out of the forest with a sallow and thin face, he was about to reach the territory of Hebei province. At that time, he would no longer have to worry about being recognized, because there were sallow and thin faces like him all over the mountains and plains on both sides of the road. The Tang Empire faced a rare natural disaster in the wilderness and Hebei province in the first year of Tianqi era. The new emperor had just ascended the throne when he faced the first big test of his reign. His Majesty, who had rushed back to Chang'an from the Great Zhe, urgently began to arrange disaster relief. The refugees in the wilderness had already entered Hebei province, and the victims of the disaster in Hebei province were heading south. Those who were lucky enough to arrive first received relief from the imperial court, while those who were still within the borders of Hebei province and around the vast Min Mountain faced a more severe test. Around the official road, the imperial officials and bailiffs were counting the number of refugees and distributing porridge. More and more refugees were migrating from the north to the south. To the people at that time, the north was the underworld of the human world, the most terrifying world. While everyone else was heading south, Ning Ke continued north and entered the territory of Hebei province. He trudged along the road at the foot of Min Mountain. On the road, he encountered bandits with bad intentions and hid in the bushes to avoid them. But in the bushes, he saw many cold corpses. In a forest where the bark was almost peeled clean, he was surrounded by a group of starving people who were as thin as sticks. Judging from their clothes, these starving people should be from the northern Yan kingdom. The Yan royal family was unable to help them, so these starving people naturally came to the Tang Empire. It's a pity that he's just a kid. He doesn't have much meat on him." The starving people looked at the little boy who was covered in mud. The leader's eyes were glowing with green light, which was very much like the wolf Ning Ke would be very familiar with in the future. However, this wolf was also very thin, and its fur was quite festering. "We don't have any strength left. Take off your clothes and jump into the pot." The leader of the starving people stuck his fingers into his mouth, as if he wanted to pull out a few shreds of meat. He looked at the little boy and said weakly, "Be careful when you jump in. Don't splash too much water out. These days, no one has extra strength to cut firewood and boil water." The 7 or 8 starving people around the little boy nodded slowly, like corpses that could barely move. Ning Ke looked at them and said, "You don't have any strength, but I do." The leader of the starving people laughed as if he was crying. He stretched out a withered finger and pointed at the little boy's face. He said, "If you still have strength, why don't you run away quickly?" Ning Ke did not say anything more. He took out the hatchet that he had carried all the way from behind his waist, and with all the strength he had accumulated by eating fruits, weeds, and a few handfuls of rice saved by kind-hearted people, he jumped up and fiercely waved the hatchet at the leader's nose. He was too young, too small, and too weak. Even if he jumped, he couldn't jump very high. However, the starving people in the forest had been starved for too many days and had long lost their strength. They could only watch helplessly as he swung the hatchet. With a puff, the little boy missed his target. The hatchet that had intended to cut off the leader's nose stabbed into his eye socket. Because of the hunger, the leader's eye socket was very clear. The scene of the hatchet cutting into the eye socket was very clear, and so was the sound. The rusty edge of the hatchet directly penetrated his eyeball and then went deep into his brain. The leader of the starving people fell straight like a piece of wood without making a sound. Ning Ke panted and walked forward. He stepped on the leader's neck with his little foot and pulled the hatchet out. As he moved, a greenish-yellow liquid flew into the air, but it was not blood. He stared at the shrunken eyeball hanging on the hatchet for a long time. Then he raised his head and looked at the starving people around like ghosts. He said, "If you want to eat people, eat yourselves. I won't let you." The fog around the mountainside behind the academy was getting thicker and thicker. The last trace of twilight in the outside world had been swallowed up. A strange cry of a night bird came from somewhere in the forest. It might be a crow, or it might be another bird. Ning Ke walked on the sloping mountain path. Every time he stepped on a stone step, his body would stiffen for a long time. He had been in the fog for a long time. He had walked more than 1,000 stone steps, but he did not know how far he was from the top of the mountain. If one looked closely, one could see that his eyes were a little empty and out of focus. It seemed that he was not looking at his feet, but at something farther away, at some time in the past. All the way to the north, along the Min Mountain and deep into the Hebei province, 9 out of 10 houses were empty. The fields had been completely occupied by the starving people from the wilderness and the north of Yan Kingdom. However, the drought had lasted for too long. Most of the starving people who traded their children for food had become corpses by the roadside or food in the stomachs of the beasts in the Min Mountain. Correspondingly, Ning Ke might encounter a lot less danger. On this day, the long-awaited rain fell from the sky. Some villagers crawled out of the cellars in the village and knelt in the rain, crying and kowtowing desperately to thank Haotian for her mercy. More people were so hungry that they had no strength to show any expression. In the heavy rain, Ning Ke sat under a small tree beside the mountain. He looked around in a daze and did not know where he should go. These days, many refugees had ventured into the vast Min Mountain. Although there were many beasts in the mountain, at least they could find food to fill their stomachs. However, he had never entered the mountain because he knew that he was too weak now. Although he could kill the exhausted starving people, he did not have the strength to kill the horrible beasts in the mountain. He took out some jerky from his arms and bit it. He tore off a few pieces of meat and then looked up to the sky to catch a few mouthfuls of rain. He chewed and swallowed it, but there was no expression of enjoyment on his face. After many days of suffering, the fair and tender little boy in the general's mansion became extremely dirty and thin. The little boy's lips were full of curled up dry skin, and blood seeped out of his teeth from time to time when he chewed the meat. The rain gradually lightened. He checked the hatchet behind his waist, picked up the wooden stick beside him, and continued north along the road at the foot of the mountain. He wanted to make sure that he had time to escape into the Min Mountain. He knew that as the rain fell, the adults who came back to life and were healthier than before could become his enemies at any time. There were many corpses piled up on the side of the road in front of them. The skinny corpses had long rotted and were soaked in the rain, emitting a foul stench. A few similarly skinny wild dogs were squatting beside the corpses and eating. One of the wild dogs had its head tilted and was biting a bony arm that was exposed. It was forcefully dragging it backward, letting out a low growl from time to time. Another wild dog was squatting like a human, its two front paws resting on a skinny, rotten thigh as it gnawed on it. Hearing Ning Kei's footsteps, the few wild dogs stopped eating and raised their heads vigilantly. They stared at the little boy on the road and let out a low and terrifying whimper. Two wild dogs judged that the little boy's body shape could not pose any threat to them. They even gave up on the disgusting rotting corpses in front of them and began to approach Ning Quebec. Ning Kei used the wooden stick in his hand to stomp on the ground, and then took out the hatchet behind his waist. He lowered his body, revealing his slightly swollen and bleeding teeth, and fiercely barked at the two wild dogs. Probably because they smelled the stench of blood on the little boy's body and sensed that the other party possessed a level of danger that was different from his size, the few wild dogs retreated with a squeak and scattered around the pile of corpses, no longer eating. They were prepared to continue after he left. The rotting corpses beside the road and the domestic dogs that were supposed to guard the house had become wild dogs that hunted for rotting corpses. Ning Kei had seen many such scenes along the way and had long become numb to it. He did not feel anything at all, so he decided to leave immediately. Otherwise, if he really fought with these wild dogs, he might become one of these rotting corpses in the next moment. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a very faint sound. He looked back at the rotting corpses that were soaked in the rain and found no movement. He was ready to leave again. Just as he was about to leave again, the faint sound rang again. This time it was very clear. It was the sound of crying. He walked back to the rotting corpses that were soaked in the rain and roared. He waved the wooden stick and hatchet to drive away the wild dogs that felt that their food had been occupied. Then he used the hatchet to chop off a rotten thigh and threw it far away into the dry field that had accumulated rain. The wild dogs whimpered and ate around the rotten thigh, ignoring his actions for the time being. Listening to the faint sound of crying coming from below the rotting corpses, Ning Kei began to move the corpses on the top. His strength was indeed very weak. Fortunately, these dead people were all skin and bones when they died. At this time, most of their internal organs had rotted into water vapor, so it was not too difficult to move. Wherever he touched was wet and slippery, like some kind of oily mud that he ate during the New Year in Chang'an City. Ning Kei shook off the rotten flesh on his hand and continued to move. At last, he finally saw the owner of the faint cry. There was a body lying in the field with its back bent. The body was wearing the clothes of a servant. After flipping the body over, they saw the little baby soaked in the rainwater and corpse fluid. The little baby's face was pale, her lips were black and blue, her eyes were tightly closed, and her breath was very weak. It was hard to imagine how she survived and how she could make such a cry just now. Ning Kei wiped the rotten flesh on his hand on his pants and then carefully picked up the baby. After a long silence, he looked at her and said, "You cried because you don't want me to leave, right?" He jumped off the rotting corpses with the baby in his arms and walked away along the road. The wild dogs that had been staring at him for a long time with green light in their eyes, seeing that he had finally left, let out a happy whimper and ran back to the rotting corpses. After a while, there was a sound of cooing. Without a sound, the heavy rain began to fall again. Ning Ke glanced at Min Mountain in the distance and looked down at the pale baby. He thought that if he let her stay in the rain for a while longer, she might not be able to cry anymore. He wanted to find something to shelter himself from the rain, and then he saw a black umbrella by the side of the road. The black umbrella was big, old, and dirty. The mountain road was still foggy. Ning Ke lowered his head slightly and stood between the steep stone steps, unable to move for a long time. With a swoosh, an arrow accurately hit a gray rabbit. Ning Ke walked forward like lightning and happily picked up the gray rabbit. He twisted his hands and broke the rabbit's neck neatly. Then he threw it into the bag behind him. The bag behind the lad was heavy. It seemed that there was a lot of game in it. Crouching at the foot of the tree and smelling it, he plucked the vines behind it, and climbed up the cliff by a steep path. In the meadow near the spring, he saw with satisfaction the best he had done in the last 3 days. A rock goat was lying on the ground, crying out in pain. 2 young goats were looking at it helplessly, using their heads to poke its nose from time to time. No one knew if they were trying to give it some strength and confidence, or if they were trying to comfort its dying kin. Ning Ke quietly walked forward and picked up the end of a rope in the grass. With a sudden pull, the beast-catching rope hidden in the grass was suddenly tightened. The 2 lambs screamed and fell down heavily, their hooves tightly tied together. The big rock goat whose hind legs were caught in the animal trap struggled desperately. It looked at the lambs whose hooves were tied and cried out anxiously. "You're lucky. At least someone is worried about you." Ning Ke walked to the animal trap and looked at the 2 lambs in the grass. He shook his head and pulled out a knife from his waist and pierced the big rock goat's neck. "I'm back." Ning Ke dragged the carcass of the rock goat, carried the heavy bag and led the 2 lambs back to the old hunting house in the forest. A little girl ran out to greet him. She was about 4 or 5 years old and wore animal skin. Her skin was dark. The hunting house was old and dim. The old hunter who sat by the copper brazier put down his pipe and looked at Ning Ke expressionlessly. He spat on the ground and said, "How's the harvest today?" "Not bad," Ning Ke said. The old hunter's face was full of wrinkles. One could never hope to see any kindness on his face. All one could see was greed and coldness. "Let's eat." The old hunter grabbed a piece of meat and ate it. He felt that the taste was not right and scolded, "This damn girl. I told you to put less salt. Salt is so expensive. Who gives you money? You wastrel. You only know how to eat and use my things. After I raise you for another 2 years, I'll sell you to the brothel for money." The little girl lowered her head and her eyes were full of fear. Ning Ke lowered his head and looked at the bowl of potato porridge that looked like a clear soup. His gaze was reflected in the water, and he could vaguely see the sparks that looked like stars. He had been reprimanded like this for many years. The old hunter ate meat while he and Sang Sang did not even have meat soup to drink. He had endured such treatment for many years. He was used to it, but it seemed that he could not get used to it forever. Little Sang Sang held the bowl of porridge with her 2 small hands. Her slender arms trembled and she suddenly coughed. Ning Ke reached out and stabilized the bowl for her. The old hunter drank a mouthful of strong wine and looked at them drunkenly. He said, "At least you are sensible. If the bowl were to break, how would I deal with her?" Ning Ke looked at the bowl of meat in front of the old hunter and stood up to walk over. He said sincerely, "Grandpa, Sang Sang's illness acted up again last night. Do you think we should let her eat a piece of meat?" The old hunter slapped Ning Ke's head and scolded him with his eyes wide open. "Is the prey for you to eat? It's used to exchange for money and salt. If you think that I'm not treating you well, then get lost. When you catch a tiger for me and use its bones to pay for my meals all these years, I'll let you get lost. I've spent a lot of money to make a steel clip, but you're useless." Ning Ke retreated in silence. The old hunter finished his wine and left the house to check on the prey that Ning Ke had brought back today. After a while, he walked in angrily with a whip in his hand and lashed at Ning Kei's face. He scolded, "You wastrel. How many times have I taught you? Drag all the fellows back for me to slaughter. Who asked you to slaughter them outside?" Ning Kei's face was covered in blood, but he did not dodge. He knew that there was no point in dodging. He lowered his head and explained, "That rock goat is too heavy. If I don't kill it first, I won't be able to drag it back. Furthermore, I'm very careful with my attacks. It shouldn't be a problem to skin it. What's the use of you if you can't drag it back?" The old hunter lashed at him angrily and roared, "You only care about the skin. You've forgotten that blood can be sold for money too. You bastard. Bastard." The old hunter walked out of the hunting house angrily. Ning Kei looked at Sang Sang, who was hugging the bowl of porridge with her head lowered. He wiped the blood off his face and looked at her with a smile. "That's a good girl. Don't try to block the whip for me in the future. Otherwise, that old thing will whip even harder." Sang Sang hugged the big bowl of porridge and nodded her head vigorously. "Damn girl. Hurry up and boil the bathwater." The old hunter's angry and resentful voice could be heard from outside the house. No one knew where his anger and resentment came from. Sang Sang raised her head and looked at Ning Kei nervously. Ning Kei was secretly eating the meat that the old hunter had forgotten to hide. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head. Inside and outside the vast Min Mountain were two different worlds. The world outside the mountain had been in the Tang Empire for the 5th year of the Tianqi era. For the people living in the mountain, life was just a monotonous repetition. For the old hunter who took in Ning Kei and Sang Sang, this monotonous repetition finally had some entertainment, such as whipping and cursing or something else. This year, Ning Kei was 10 years old and was already a teenager. This year, Sang Sang was 5 years old. Sang Sang poured hot water into the bucket. The steam rose up. The old hunter, who was naked in the wooden bucket, looked at her and scolded, "Damn girl, you're black and dirty. Hurry up and wash yourself." Sang Sang nodded and walked out of the door. She took the basin of hot water from Ning Kei and walked back with difficulty. The hot water in the basin had just boiled and was very hot. Sang Sang stood on the bench and poured water over the old hunter's body from head to toe. An extremely shrill scream sounded in the house. The old hunter ran out naked. His body was covered in blisters from the heat. He squinted his eyes, unable to see what was outside. He held a hunting knife that never left his body, and he waved it around like a madman. He cursed with the most vicious swear words he knew. With a loud bang, the two pieces of metal collided. The old hunter fell to the ground and let out an even more shrill scream. His right leg was in a steel trap used to hunt tigers. It was already broken in half. Ning Kei and Sang Sang walked over and looked at the old hunter who was lying in a pool of blood. Even in such a situation, the old hunter still retained the ruthlessness of the mountain people. He stared at Ning Kei and scolded, "You bastard. You ungrateful thing. You will die a horrible death. Yes, we have taken revenge these few years. Now is the time for revenge." Ning Kei took out the hunting knife from behind him and looked at the old hunter's drooping flesh and the poor fellow at the base of his thigh that was covered in blood. He said, "I wanted to endure for another 2 days, but you refused to give us the chance to. If you did not want to sell Sang Sang to the brothel, we would not have thought of killing you. If you did not want to take a bath, we would not have thought of killing you." Ning Kei looked at him and was silent for a long time before continuing, "Actually just now, if you had been willing to let Sang Sang eat a piece of meat, perhaps we would not have killed you. We might have even sneaked away." The old hunter panted and looked at him in confusion. Ning Kei held the hunting knife in his hand tightly and slashed down. The old hunter's head fell off. A moment later, Ning Kei walked out of the hunting house with the boxwood bow and quiver on his back. The hunting knife at his waist swayed slightly. Little Sang Sang followed him with the big black umbrella in her arms. "Get on my back if you are tired." Then the two disappeared into the vast Min Mountain. The night had arrived. The thick fog on the back mountain of the academy was as smooth and fine as milk. Ning Ke stood on the stone steps with his head down. After a long silence, he slowly raised his hands. He clenched his fists, as if he was holding an invisible knife. The night wind whistled on the mountain path. He tilted his body slightly and slashed down with his knife, cutting through the night and the mountain path. The knife fell and the stone steps went up another level. There was silence in the thick fog on the mountain top. A voice full of pity sounded, "I wonder what kind of suffering Ning Ke has encountered in his life. I have never heard him talk about it in the old library. Why is this mountain path so difficult for him? The mountain path is long. The past trials in one's heart have all turned into reality and blocked the way of the climbers. If one can see through it or look down on it, it may be easier. But if one cannot see through it and has the intention to retreat, he will never have the hope of climbing the mountain." Second brother's voice sounded slowly. Until then, there was finally a solemn and respectful tone in his voice. "The two people who climbed the mountain today are very interesting, especially Ning Quebec. Although he doesn't know what those memories and pain in the depths of his heart are, he is not willing to forget them at all. He doesn't have the slightest regret and even thinks it is unnecessary to see through them." Facing the darkest corners of his heart, facing the most painful experiences, the choice he made today is exactly the same as the choice he made in the past. If he can't see through it, how can he stay true to himself and not change after so many years? Since he doesn't want to see through it, he can only kill it. He wants to kill his way through this mountain path. For me personally, this chapter is very satisfying. It is about a murder case caused by a piece of meat. I have finally written it. Because it is so satisfying, I want to tell you a piece of good news. I decide to write more after dinner. There is one more chapter before 12:00 in the evening. As for the number of words, I can't guarantee. See you at night. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 157. He carried Sang Sang on his back and ran between the hunting villages, fighting with the beasts and hunters. He smelled the stench of the massacre in the Yen territory and saw Xiao Zhuozi leave with the cultivator. He took Sang Sang to the city of Wei, where he joined the army and became a soldier. He saw the beautiful and peaceful Shubi Lake. He and his comrades shouted and rushed forward. He saw the fierce horse gang running around like rabbits. The gold and silver they robbed became the trophies of the border army and were pushed back to the city of Wei. In the winter of that year, he went to the pigsty very early to listen to the desperate howls of the pigs. He saw the blood gushing out of the pigs' necks and excitedly blew the bamboo tube under the pig's skin under the guidance of his senior. He was busy all night. Looking at the big white pig being put into the boiling pot to be shaved, Ning Ke squatted on the ground and looked up at Sang Sang beside him. He asked, "Does it look like how we killed Grandpa?" Sang Sang said, "We killed the pig first and then scalded it. When we killed Grandpa, we scalded him first and then killed him." Ning Ke thought about it and felt that this was indeed a big difference. Before killing the old hunter and leaving the hunting house, he released the 2 lambs at Sang Sang's request. Ning Ke stood on the mountain path, in the night fog, standing in his own past years. On the long mountain path, every stone step represented a day that he had lived. Since he had climbed the mountain, it was as if he had experienced the first half of his life again. This was not an imaginary dream, but a very real reenactment. His life had always been filled with too much blood, rotting corpses, and death. What kind of feeling would it be to have all the joys and sorrows of the first 17 years gathered in one night? That kind of heavy mental impact was disorienting, and he often forgot that he was climbing a mountain. His expression became more and more painful, and his eyes stared at the distance in front of him. His steps on the stone steps became slower and slower. He stopped and his pupils gradually returned to normal. He looked into the night fog and said, "I'll kill for you to see." After saying this, he continued to walk up the next stone step. His right hand slowly reached into the air, into the white fog that was as fine as gauze, and grabbed a slender hilt out of thin air. Then, he pulled out the familiar long saber from nothingness and slashed at the nothingness in front of him. Before the blade, countless horse bandits were beheaded. Shubi Lake was once again dyed red. Countless barbarian spies were beheaded and fell off their horses. The autumn grass was stained with red frosting. Familiar or strange faces were chopped into two bloody halves and then disappeared. In the night fog, he killed all the way on the mountain road, from Min Mountain to the grassland, and then back to Chang'an. He killed the fat censor, the sword master in the lakeside house, and the old deputy general in the blacksmith shop. Everything that stood in his way was cut down by his saber, regardless of whether it was the enemies who had brought him painful memories, or the comrades who had once fought side by side with him in life and death but wanted to escape in the face of danger, or the warhorse that had brought him 800 miles into the grasslands and saved his life. Spring Breeze Pavilion was he killed silently. Lin 47th Street was raining. He saw the black-faced boy sitting in front of the gray wall. Ning Ke finally felt a little tired. He slowly put down the long knife in his hand and looked at the night fog at the end of the mountain path. He murmured, "It's not easy to live. It's painful enough to live for a lifetime. Why do I have to live again?" He looked down at Sang Sang beside him and frowned. He said painfully, "I know these are all illusions. Illusions can't scare me. But I can't prove that they are illusions. So I really feel very painful, just like we used to." Prince Long Qing calmly walked on the mountain path with his sleeves fluttering. He looked a little tired. From the moment he walked into the fog and stepped on the first stone step of the mountain path, he knew that everything he saw, heard, and felt was an illusion. He thought that he could see through all these with his clear Taoist heart and then climb the mountain easily. However, when he started walking, he realized that he had underestimated the difficulty of the second floor of the academy. No matter how bright his Taoist heart was under the refinement of West Hill Taoism, if one could not really see through it, then these illusions really existed. Prince Long Qing returned to his childhood. At that time, he was favored and could run freely in the imperial palace. The little prince always thought that his father was the most powerful man in the world and his mother was the most powerful woman in the world. However, one year, he accidentally eavesdropped on a conversation that directly tore apart all his beautiful image. That year, there was a sudden drought in the north of the mainland. From the wilderness to the north of Yan Kingdom and then to the north of the Tang Empire, countless starving people became homeless and chased after green leaves for food. On that day, the ambassador of the Tang Empire who was stationed in the Yan Kingdom was summoned to the palace and had a talk with his father. "Prince of Yan, I hope that the Yan Kingdom can show its ability. I don't expect your weak army to guard the border and prevent your starving people from running into the Tang Empire. I also don't expect you to be able to solve the problem of your people's hunger. But at least when the Great Tang Empire starts the disaster relief, you should at least have a rough estimate of the number of starving people." The Tang Empire ambassador's beard was very long and it fluttered in the wind. It encouraged his anger or arrogance. "The food aid from the Tang Empire will arrive in capital Cheng in about 10 days. But if you don't want all the people in the north of Yan Kingdom to die, you'd better think of some ways. Don't expect the Tang Empire to solve all the problems. His Majesty cares about the world and sees all the people as the people of the Tang Empire. But the Yan Kingdom is after all not a part of the Tang Empire. We have no reason to give all the food that our people urgently need to the Yan Kingdom." After saying this, the envoy of the Tang Empire flicked his sleeves and left. Young Prince Long Qing stared at his back in astonishment, only to realize that his father was not the most powerful man in the world. A random envoy of the Tang Empire dared to scold his father so rudely. He rushed out and asked in a childish voice, "Father, why didn't you send soldiers to kill that rebellious ambassador?" Hearing this, the Yan Emperor, who had always loved him, suddenly changed his expression. It was the first and only time in his life that he had given him a slap. Prince Longqing stood on the mountain road and thought of the 4 words on the stone outside the wooden door outside the fog. He sneered and said, "A gentleman doesn't fight? How can a gentleman not fight? Those who don't fight are all dead. How can he be a gentleman?" The mountain road was long, like a long life. If Prince Longqing's life was stripped of the golden coat of talent, it would be extremely boring and boring. It was unknown whether it was because of the slap bestowed upon him by Emperor Yan that day, or because he had been influenced by what he had seen and heard, but the little prince was no longer as mischievous and cute as he was in the past. Instead, he became quiet and hardworking, and he gradually learned that no matter what he saw, he would be able to remain calm and unaffected. His mother's 2-eyed cat had died after stealing a piece of pastry from the plate. Because of this, an entire palace of palace maids were beaten to death. He sat quietly in his mother's arms, listening to the sounds of the beating and the wails of pain coming from the courtyard. He reached out to grab a melon seed from the plate and carefully peeled it. He blew off the skin and sent it into his mouth, as if he didn't know that the pastry should have been his. Later on, more and more people died in the imperial palace. His older brother, the crown prince, had to change many batches of nannies and palace maids. He also didn't know how many of the lazy cats in the imperial palace died. His servant girl was killed, and other people's servant girl was killed by his mother. None of these things could cause his emotions to fluctuate, as if they had nothing to do with him. One day, Prince Longqing began to show his talent in cultivation and was regarded as a treasure by the West Hill Divine Palace's priest stationed in capital Cheng. He decided to bring him back to the Revelation Institute of West Hill to study. On his way back, he went to Yueluan Kingdom and South Jin Kingdom and saw many things. The lilies in Yueluan Palace were boiled to death. The gardener responsible for looking after the flowers was thrown into a boiling pot by the furious Aunt Cuny Maddie. A follower of the sword sage of South Jin Kingdom, Lu Bai, was expelled from the sect. He was disemboweled on the street and his intestines flowed out. Prince Longqing looked at these things calmly. In his eyes, this was not indifference or cold-bloodedness. He just wanted to keep his Taoist heart clear enough, which was a necessary quality for the path to heaven. In the night fog, Prince Longqing looked at the approaching peak of the mountain. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face. He said proudly, "Except for Haotian, there is nothing in the world that can make me fear and respect. Nothing can make me feel pity. Since that is so, how can this mountain road stop me?" Prince Longqing walked slowly on the mountain path, slowly repeating his life. He went to the Revelation Institute. Because the divine priest who loved him had lost power in the internal strife of the divine hall, he became the target of oppression and was discriminated against in the first half of the year. However, he was able to be absolutely calm now that he had experienced the scenes that made him unable to suppress his anger. He remained calm when he was ridiculed and ridiculed. It was only during the competition of the Revelation Institute that he used death and failure to calmly return the humiliation to the other party. He entered the judicial department and began to hunt down the heretics. The thorny whip lashed on the young girl's smooth and delicate back, tearing open gashes that were too horrible to look at. He stood outside the prison and watched calmly, not making a sound. A student of the Revelation Institute was convicted of apostasy because he had spoken disrespectfully to the hierarch in private. He was sentenced to eternal confinement in the dark water dungeon. He personally pushed the student who had been close to him into the water. Then, he listened to the endless screams of apology and curses. He calmly walked out of the prison into the sunlight, his face expressionless. An old remnant of the devil's doctrine was finally captured by the judicial department of the Divine Hall after living in seclusion in the mountain village for 60 years. Prince Longqing personally tied him to a wooden platform. He carefully avoided the wounds on the old man's body caused by torture and then lit the firewood under the wooden platform. On the other side of the fire, a subordinate of the judicial department snatched a baby from the arms of a young mother and then stabbed the young man to death with a Taoist stick. Finally, the baby fell to the ground and became a puddle of meat. He quietly watched this scene without any change in his expression. The cultivation of Taoism was a way outside the world. He stood outside the world and looked at the things in the world. How could the things in the world disturb his heart? He worshipped Haotian and punished the sins of the world. He firmly believed that the people he killed deserved it. How could he have mercy? It was late at night. Many people who watched the opening ceremony of the second floor in the front yard of the academy had left. Although bigwigs such as the Prince of Tang, Princess Liu, and Priest Moli were still silently waiting for the final result, there were only 2 people left on the mountain road. They had nothing to do with many countries. Why should those envoys wait bitterly? Of course, the students of the academy did not leave. They silently looked at the mountain with a very complicated expression. Zhong Dajuan looked at Xie Qingyun, who was supported by Jin Wuxia, and saw the lost expression on his face. He sighed and said, "Qingyun, let's go back. There's nothing to see." Could Ning Ke really defeat Prince Long Qing? Jin Wuxia worriedly looked at Xie Qingyun. She knew that although this man looked gentle, he was arrogant and conceited in his bones. Today, he gave up halfway and became insignificant compared with Prince Long Qing. She was afraid that he had suffered a great mental blow. What she was more worried about was whether this man would be dispirited after finding that Ning Ke was much stronger than him. Xie Qingyun shook his head and looked at the back mountain of the academy, which could not be seen clearly in the night. He said, "I want to see the result." Suddenly, someone made a suppressed exclamation. No one knew when the floating clouds in the night sky had dispersed, and the clouds and mist on the mountainside had also dispersed at that moment. For a moment, the starlight shone on the winding, steep mountain road, and even those stone steps were clearly illuminated. After an extremely short period of time, the clouds and mist in the mountain gathered once again, covering the mountain path tightly once more. It was no longer possible to see what was inside. But this moment was enough for many people to see the 2 figures on the long mountain road stone steps. One of them had reached the very top of the mountain road and was about to reach the top. Judging from the figure, it should be Prince Long Qing. The figure behind him should be Ning Ke, but he was still climbing hard in the middle of the mountain road and was very far away from the top. Out of a very strange mentality, many students of the academy let out a relieved sigh. Someone murmured, "Fortunately, Ning Ke is still not as good as Prince Long Qing." Chang Jingming coldly glanced at that person and said, "Now I begin to doubt whether it is a mistake to study with you people instead of continuing to serve in the Yulin Royal Guards. Yes, we used to think that Ning Ke was useless and had problems with his character. But this doesn't mean that we should hope for his failure in order to lessen our humiliation." He said with an iron face, "Don't forget that Ning Ke is a Tang and a member of the academy. Prince Long Qing is a Yen and a member of the West Hill. I feel very ashamed now, but you don't know shame, which makes me feel ashamed." The scene of the starlight illuminating the mountain road naturally did not escape the eyes of Priest Moli and the academy instructors. Since Ning Ke began to climb the mountain, those who knew that he could not cultivate had not stopped talking and ridiculing him. When he surpassed one young cultivator after another on the mountain road, these discussions and ridicule became much smaller. When he finally succeeded in entering the mountain fog and became the only one who was still competing with Prince Long Qing on the mountain road, there was a long period of silence. From climbing the mountain during the day to the night, looking at the boy's speed, I'm afraid that he won't be able to reach the top in another half a month. Now that the prince is about to reach the top, why not directly announce that he has entered the second floor? Do you want us to continue to accompany him? For some unknown reason, Priest Moli, who was proud and calm because of his confidence, suddenly felt a little restless and irritated. He impatiently patted the back of the chair, stood up and said in a low voice. Li Yu did not even bother to look at him and said sarcastically, "If you can't wait, you can let Prince Longqing directly fly to the top. As long as he reaches the top first, there is no need to care about Ning Quebec. But if Prince Longqing doesn't reach the top, then no matter whether Ning Ke climbs or jumps, no matter how long he needs to climb, I think you'd better not say too many meaningless opinions." Priest Moli was furious, but he had no way to vent his anger, so he sat back in the chair heavily. On the meadow under the starlight, Sang Sang was squatting by the road with the big black umbrella in her hand, spinning the handle of the umbrella in boredom. At this moment, the young monk called Wu Dao walked out of the academy. His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Sang Sang squatting on the side of the road. His body suddenly turned into a stone statue, unable to take another step. He just stared at her quietly until his eyes became infatuated and confused. After a long time, he looked at Sang Sang's slightly dark face and some fine yellow hair floating on her forehead. He put his palms together and praised her with the most gentle tone and the most sincere attitude. "Miss, you are really beautiful." Sang Sang stood up with the big black umbrella and looked around in confusion. After a long time, she was sure that the monk was praising her. She could not help raising her eyebrows and squinting her willowy eyes. She stared at him and said seriously, "Don't scold me." Wu Dao smiled and put his palms together. He said, "I have a discerning eye and can recognize jade and stone." "Miss, you misunderstood me." Sang Sang heard the words, jade and stone, and was slightly shy. Then she seriously reminded him, "Even if I am beautiful in your eyes, don't praise me like this in the future. Because this sentence is now used to scold people in Chang'an City." "Why?" Wu Dao asked in surprise. Sang Sang did not like his scorching eyes. She turned around to look at the academy and ignored him. Wu Dao turned to her and asked gently, "Miss, who are you waiting for?" "My young master." Wu Dao said seriously, "Miss, no one in the world is qualified to make a girl like you wait, except for me." Sang Sang looked at him and said, "You have already gone down the mountain, but my young master is still on the mountain. So you are not as good as him. I just don't want to enter the fog." Wu Dao explained seriously. Suddenly he thought of something and asked confusedly, "The young master you are waiting for is the academy student named Zhong Dajuan?" Sang Sang looked at him and said after a moment of silence, "Yes." Wu Dao said seriously, "Very good. When I was on the mountain, I said I would kill him. Now it seems that I have one more reason to kill him." Sang Sang turned around and ignored him. "Miss, looking at your beautiful face as dark as the night, I suddenly thought of a love poem." Wu Dao stared at her profile and slowly recited, "The girl in my heart, if you are willing to cultivate Buddhism, I am willing to become a young man again and go to the mountain hanging in the sky to shave again, so that there will be more commandment scars on my head. The girl in my heart, if you are willing to cultivate Taoism, I am willing to become a young man again and go to the shabby temple behind the Peach Mountain to wash the shoes of the proud man who carries a wooden sword on his back." Sang Sang did not hear what he said at all. She looked at the back mountain of the academy in the dark seriously. At this moment, she seemed to feel the sorrow that Ning Ke was going through. She frowned slightly and looked very painful. "Miss, I can't wait with you anymore. I can't watch you wait in pain. I have decided to take you away. I will take you to the end of the world, to the corner of the sea. I will accompany you to the rise and fall of the tide. Is that okay?" After saying this, his expression became serious. He did not wait for Sang Sang's response. He opened his palm and reached out to her neck. His fingertips whistled with the wind. Although it did not hurt people's hearts, it could make people faint. Suddenly, the monk's sleeve on his outstretched arm burned fiercely and instantly burned into pieces of gray and black butterflies. Then they were blown away by the wind, leaving only a white and smooth arm. Wu Dao screamed and turned into a residual shadow. He retreated more than 100 feet and stared at the meadow with fear in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is it?" A sudden sound of horse hooves broke the silence of the academy at night. The black horse carriage was very strange. There were all kinds of complicated patterns carved on the carriage. The horse pulled the carriage up the slope easily. There was no smoke or dust under its hooves, as if it was hanging in the air. Yen Sei, the divine talisman master of the Tang dynasty, with an indifferent expression, withdrew his hand that was previously stretched out of the window. However, the charm of the talisman drawn by his fingers in the air was still lingering. The green grass on the roadside became yellow and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lewd monk Wu Dao, if you dare to stay in the territory of the Tang Empire, don't blame me for cutting you into pieces with Jing Fu. Wu Dao guessed the identity of the person in the carriage. His expression instantly became serious. He put one palm in front of him and tried to defend himself. I'm Wu Dao, the love monk, but not a lewd monk. Master Yen, are you going to use your seniority to pressure me? Since you come from the depths of the wilderness, how many cultivators in the world can use seniority to pressure you? Divine Talisman Master Yen Sei slowly got off the carriage. He looked at the young monk indifferently and said, "But I guess you're just a useless thing. The temple didn't even tell you the rules. Remember, this is the Tang Empire. This is Chang'an. If you dare to make trouble at the gate of the academy, even if I kill you, the people in the temple won't dare to fart." After saying this, he looked at Sang Sang, who was tightly holding the big black umbrella. He frowned and said, "Are you Ning Kei's handmaiden?" Sang Sang nodded. Yen Sei said, "Why are you waiting outside? Come in with me." Sang Sang replied, "I heard that they're not allowed." Yen Sei already knew that Ning Kei was still on the mountain road. He was extremely upset and nervous. He shouted in a low voice, "Come in with me. I'd like to see who will stop me in this shabby academy when the headmaster of academy and the eldest brother are not at home." Prince Long Qing walked out of the mountain fog. He looked up and saw a gentle forest around him. There was a rock abruptly appearing between heaven and earth in front of the mountain road. Reaching the top of that rock should be considered a success. He was about to continue when he suddenly felt something. He tidied up his clothes and turned around. He respectfully bowed to a big tree in the distance. Under the starlight, the top of the mountain was as bright as day. Clouds and mist kept flowing below like water. There was a man sitting under a large tree. Because he was too far away, he couldn't see his face clearly. He could only feel that he wasn't too old, but he was wearing an ancient robe and a tall ancient crown on his head. He looked very dignified. Prince Long Qing did not know who that person was. But when he left the West Hill Divine Palace, the hierarch had reminded him that the students in the back of the mountain of the academy were not ordinary cultivators and should be treated with caution. The person under the tree was naturally distinguished since he could wait for climbers at the top of the mountain. The person under the tree said calmly, "I'm the second." Hearing this, Prince Long Qing's expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil. He thought of some legends that the woman had told him. He thought of the extremely proud and extremely powerful second brother in the legends. He respectfully bowed again, but this time it was a little lower than before. "You're very good." Second brother under the tree said indifferently, "You're definitely qualified to enter the back of the mountain of the academy." Even as proud as Prince Long Qing was, he could not help but feel happy when he thought that the person who commented on him was second brother of the academy. As long as you can climb up that big rock, you'll be successful. But there's still one of your peers in the fog. You can climb by yourself first or wait for him. It seems unfair to let you wait for him. But I can tell you that this big rock is very difficult to climb. It's more difficult than the mountain path you've walked. So you'd better take a rest first. Hearing that there was another peer in the fog, Prince Long Qing slightly frowned. In his calculation, there should be no one who could persist to the top of the mountain today except for the monk. Those mediocre people could not even step on the fog path. Since it was inconvenient for the monk to enter the fog because of his identity, then who could actually keep up with his pace? Second brother under the tree said indifferently, "The choice is in your hands. You can climb first." After a moment of silence, Prince Longqing respectfully bowed again and then sat down cross-legged to show his attitude. On the mountain path in the fog, Ning Ke looked at Joyer, who was sitting under the gray wall with his chest rising and falling slightly. He looked at his pale face and the aura of death in his eyes. After a long silence, Ning Ke said, "I can chop you, but why should I? We're brothers in this world. You're already dead. Why should you stand in my way? I'll go up and settle the rest of your things." Joyer leaned against the gray wall and looked at Ning Ke with a bleak smile. His chest rose and fell more violently and he made a sound between his lips. "Fake, these are all fake." "What do I need to prove that these are fake?" Ning Ke lowered his head and stood on the mountain path. He stood in the night fog and in the spring rain on Lin 47th Street. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked, "Where's Sang Sang?" Sang Sang stood beside him and looked up at him with her dark face. She asked, "Young master, what's the matter?" Ning Ke looked ahead and said, "Sang Sang, take out all the silver in the house. We'll find a good grave for Darky and make him a Nanma coffin. He'll die in peace." Sang Sang said, "Okay, but young master, Master Darky is already dead. There's no way he can die in peace." Ning Ke said, "Anyway, he's alive again. Why not die again?" After saying this, he walked to the gray wall, raised his sword, and swung it down. He cut off Zal's head, cut off the rain-soaked gray wall, and cut off all the illusions, revealing the steep mountain path leading to the top of the mountain. Then he looked around and found that Sang Sang was no longer there. "I've said that these are all illusions. They can't scare me." Ning Ke looked at the real mountain path in front of him and said to the end of the night fog, as if to explain to them, "In my imagination, the Sang Sang in my memory is a perfect little handmaiden. But the real Sang Sang is definitely not like that. You can stimulate my own brain to create an environment of illusion, but you don't know that what is stored in my brain is not all real." A puzzled voice came from the fog. "Although I don't know what you were thinking just now, how can you tell that it's not Sang Sang?" "Because the real Sang Sang is kind, but she would never spend all the silver in the house for a dead man. Joyer can't, she can't, and even I can't." Ning Ke smiled and lifted his sleeve to wipe the blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Then he walked up the mountain. The mountain top was shrouded in silver light. There were trees here and there, all of which were cold-resistant coniferous trees. They were not Chin Pippi's favorite jujube trees. Prince Longqing sat on the grass to regulate his breath and cultivate his psyche, his eyes tightly closed. A very small voice came from behind the green tree in the distance. "Senior brother, thank you." Second brother sat cross-legged in front of the green tree. His eyes were tranquil and his expression was solemn. He said indifferently, "This kind of harmless back door can be opened occasionally. Besides, Longqing is one step ahead of Ning Quebec. It's fair to let him wait for a while. As the famous saying of the Academy, rules depend on who has the strongest fist." Since it was the examination of the second floor of the Academy, the so-called fairness was actually just someone's own opinion. Prince Longqing went up the mountain earlier than Ning Ke, but he waited for a much longer time at the top of the mountain. The stars in the night sky gradually moved. Time passed by. After a long time, the thick fog under the mountain path flowed. Prince Longqing opened his eyes and looked down. As the night fog dispersed, Ning Ke, in ragged clothes, slowly walked out along the mountain path. His face was blue and purple, like a beggar who had been chased down the mountain by a fierce dog many times. He looked extremely embarrassed. Prince Longqing looked at his face and remembered who he was. He slowly stood up and slightly clenched his right hand in his sleeve. Ning Ke took out the pastry wrapped in a handkerchief from his arms. He stuffed it into his mouth to replenish his strength while walking to the top of the mountain. He did not forget to greet the person under the green tree. "Sorry, I'm late." Then he saw Prince Long Qing and said with surprise, "Great, you're still here." Ning Ke handed the pastry to him and asked, "Do you want one?" Prince Long Qing looked at the strangely crushed pastry in the handkerchief and did not know what to say. This chapter has 8,000 words. I'm really crazy. Even if it exceeds the time, I believe no one will care. Tomorrow will definitely not be like today. After reading this chapter, it will be a new day. If you have recommendation votes, please vote. Put your palms together and laugh. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.